the pattern.
So the decline in the
bottom figure.
physiometric head in the Cagayan de
So
Oro
the decline
City,
in the physiometric head
which is
in
in
the
the
middle
middle
part
Oro City,
is also slight, but
which is in the
relatively
middle
large
part, is also
percentage-wise.
slight, but
The
relatively
heads on
large
the upper left-hand
percentage-wise.
corner are approaching
The
zero
heads
head,
on the
which
upper
means
left-hand
that
corner
over
are
a
approaching
protracted
zero
period,
head, which means
leakage
that
from the
over a
upper layers
protracted
through the
period,
aquitard is
leakage from
possible.
the upper layers through the
So
aquitard
the
is
recharge
possible.
area, no, feeding this well field
So
in
the
Cagayan de Oro
recharge area,
City
no,
is the
feeding this well
largest of
field
the
in
three.
Cagayan de Oro City
So
is
the
the
distances
largest
that
of
the
the three.
recharge water has to cover
So the distances
with the
that the
speed,
recharge
no,
water
or
has to
hydraulic
cover
conductivity
with
that
the
the
speed, no,
aquifers
or
allows
hydraulic
is too great.
conductivity that the aquifers
To tap
allows
into the
is
large
too great.
reservoir, pumps have to
To
be
tap into the
located
large
more inland
reservoir, pumps
beyond
have to
the
be
model
located
area.
more inland beyond the
To
model
date,
area.
NWRB has conducted or
To
established
date,
groundwater
NWRB
monitoring
has
wells
conducted or
of
established
around 10
groundwater monitoring
in
wells
10 areas
of
in
around
Cagayan de
10
Oro,
with in 10
6 of
areas
which
in
no,
Cagayan de
are
Oro,
in
6
through
of which no,
telemetry
are
using
in
automatic
through
sensors.
telemetry using
Next slide.
automatic sensors.
Next slide. So similarly, no, with the studies, no,
with
previous
the
study in
studies, no, previous
in
study
Iloilo, we also the
in
report
Iloilo,
also
we
has
also
recognized
the
some
report
findings
also
and
has recognized
recommendations,
some findings
which
and
to include no,
recommendations,
the effect of
which to
saltwater
include no,
intrusion
the
in
effect
the
of
coastal
saltwater
aquifers,
intrusion in the
and
coastal aquifers,
of course yung
and
the also include
of
no
course
yung
yung
unregulated
the
groundwater
also include no,
extraction,
yung unregulated
and
groundwater
then
extraction.
I think part
And
of
then
the I
findings
think part
also
of
is
the
the limited knowledge on
findings
water
also is
quality,
the limited knowledge on
and
water quality,
of course the
and
forecasted deficit
of course
on
the
the
forecasted
water
deficit
availability
on the
based
water
on the
availability
1998
based
JICA
on
master
the
plan, and then the
1998
master
2003
plan, and
study of
then the
Palangkatan and
2003
Bautista.
study of Palangkatan
So
and
some of the
Bautista.
recommended actions
So some
include
of the
no,
recommended actions include no,
conduct of
the
groundwater
conduct of
groundwater
IEs, as well
IEC
as the
groundwater,
monitoring and
as well
assessment
as
of
the
this
monitoring and
groundwater,
assessment
particularly in the
of this
coastal areas,
groundwater,
particularly in the
and of
coastal
course the
areas,
strict enforcement of
and
the
of course
water
the strict
code
enforcement
and the
of the
metering of
water
the code
production and
and the
observation
metering of this various production
of
wells.
this various
And
production
then for
wells.
the limited knowledge
And
on
for the
water
limited
quality,
knowledge
I think a
on water
basin-wide water quality
I think a
assessment
basin-wide water
is
quality
needed, which include
assessment
institutional
is
strengthening,
needed, which include
monitoring, and
institutional
assessment.
strengthening, monitoring, and
Next slide.
assessment.
Next slide.
So for Angeles City and the surrounding
Angeles
areas,
City and the surrounding areas,
occupies
this
the eastern
Angeles
slopes
City
of
it
Mount
occupies
Pinatubo,
the eastern slopes of
which are
Mount
drained by a
Pinatubo,
radial network,
which are drained by a
of
radial
rivers,
network,
which collectively
of
form a
rivers,
large volcanic
which
fan
collectively
that
form a
extends
large
to the western
volcanic
edge of
fan
the
that
central plain
extends to
of
the western
Luzon.
edge of the central plain
So
of Luzon.
the
So
groundwater, as far as groundwater
the
potential,
groundwater, as far as
I think
groundwater
the
potential,
study indicate
I think the
in the
study
report that
indicate
part of the study
in the report that
area
part of the
indicated
study
more
area
demand no, than
indicated
the
more
supply
demand no,
available.
than the supply
Particularly, no, this
available.
can be observed no,
Particularly,
in
no, this
the
can be observed no, in the
Clark and Pasig area,
Clark and
wherein
Pasig area,
the
wherein
potential,
the
NWRB permits
potential,
being
the
issued
NWRB
has
permits
now
being
exceeded no,
issued
the groundwater
has now
potential
exceeded no,
of
the
the area.
groundwater potential of the
Next slide.
area. Next slide. So we have also conducted, no, we have also conducted groundwater modeling in the area, again using visual mode flow flex, using rainfall data between
we have also
1998
conducted, no, we have also
to
conducted
2011
groundwater
in
modeling in the area, again using the
Estado Macapagal International Airport Station. So it reveals no, that groundwater within the unconfined and semi-confined aquifers occurs within two watersheds, within the interstices of the lahar sands and the more consolidated volcanic deposits. In general, the groundwater in both upper and lower aquifers moves from the upper slopes no, of the Mount Pinatubo eastward toward the central plain of Luzon. So the gradient observed in the different sections of these watersheds are indicative since the water levels used were measured in different years. The installation of monitoring wells will facilitate no, the refinement of the geologic layers in this area. So to date, no, we have established 6 groundwater monitoring wells in the area, in 4 in Angeles City, 4 in Mabalacat, and some of it have been installed with, again, with automatic sensors and data transmitted directly to the NWRB website. Next slide. And for Angeles City, some of the recommended actions included the regular monitoring of the groundwater on a monthly basis. And then, of course, we have to observe and evaluate the water quality data in the area water on a monthly basis. And then, of course, records for the same period of the year. And of course, we have to the records should be encoded in some available what we call this easily interchangeable format and graph to facilitate analysis and presentation. Next slide. So I think this will be the last example of some of our case studies. So the Baguio City area, wherein the Bliss or the Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, and Tuba area has a catchment of around more than 200 square kilometers. And of course, this catchment area is bounded by several mountains. To the east by the Mount Kotkot, Mount Umkalang, Mount Buneco, and the catchment area covers a total of around 159 barangays, corresponding to about 91% of the Bliss total barangays. Next slide. So we also conducted groundwater modeling in the area using ModFlowFlex with rainfall data between 1961 to 2015 from the Baguio Synoptic Station, and we also utilized selected NPC stations between 1992 to 2015. So this study delineated 3 distinct aquifers in the regions: the Southwest Limestone Aquifer, the smaller Eastern Limestone Aquifer, and the larger Central Bliss Aquifer, or CBA. So some of the findings includes groundwater flows along with the slope of the ground surface, and the groundwater recharge area of aquifer coincides with the ridge boundary of the Balili Twin Rivers subcatchment boundary and the Balili-Puwed subcatchment boundary. So we have also identified some low groundwater yields and low hydraulic heads in the study area. And we have also noticed some over-extraction of groundwater and an increased number of unregistered wells in the area. And of course, we also noticed as a consequence of the climate change, most probably, there is a distinct or noticeable reduction on recharge of the aquifers in the area. Next slide. So some of the the study also identified some findings and major findings, and including some of the recommendations. And of course, for the low groundwater yields and low hydraulic heads, I think we have to consider review the decommissioning of closure some of the unregistered wells, and then over extraction of groundwater and an increasing number of unregistered wells. I think we have to establish some restrictions in some areas within the study area to allow particularly wherein there is a distinct lowering of groundwater level and reported reduction in yield. And of course, for the extreme climatological conditions, particularly during extended dry season, we have to also review no, the establishments or the development in the open area, and particularly no, for those areas, developed areas, to be considered as possible recharge zones to actually to improve no, the recharge of these low aquifers, no, wherein low groundwater yields is already noticeable. And then, of course, for agricultural areas, runoff contamination of water resources, we have to expand the regular monitoring of surface and groundwater quality, particularly in the Itogon municipality area. Next slide. So with that, no, based on these case studies, no, I think we have were able to identify some key results. No, the 2000 water resource assessment of prioritized critical areas for Metro Manila and Metro Cebu has already resulted in the formulation of groundwater allocated policies, which is now being implemented by NWRB, which include no the moratorium, no, the establishment of moratorium areas in some within Metro Manila and Metro Cebu, and then the development of groundwater management plan for highly urbanized areas and water constrained cities has been expanded beyond the 9 key cities identified in the 1998 JICA studies. And likewise, we were able to establish no, groundwater monitoring wells in some of these areas, which includes telemetered adoption of a telemetered technology. No? Uh, we have 8 in Iloilo City, 10 in Cagayan de Oro, and of course, in other areas within these water constrained cities, we have also established some monitoring wells and with the complemented by telemetric technology. So with these studies, no, I think we're able to, we can come out, no, particularly with the establishment of groundwater monitoring wells. I think we can come out, no, with some policies, no, later on, no, for to improve the management of our precious aquifers, no, in order to address no some management issues about our groundwater, particularly no on how to and also reduce no likewise reduce the vulnerability no of of this groundwater no to various threat no like groundwater contamination and pollution. And of course, likewise, no, we have to consider also no the integration no of surface water study and groundwater study, as I think mentioned no by the
integration
executive director of RBCO, si Forrester Gorospe earlier. There is an important no the important role of surface water no in of course recharging no the aquifers is very critical no particularly its water quality, so we must not we have to manage no the water quality of all our water system, particularly surface water, because it is also no, a surface water with low with poor water quality is also vulnerable no in contaminating the quality of our precious groundwater resources. So with that, I think that's my last slide. So thank you very much, and we are welcome no, in accepting or clarifying some of our presentations. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Back to you.
All right, maraming salamat po, Director David. Again, thank you very much po. Aside from knowing the importance of groundwater, it is really good to know that there are challenges on the supply and quality of our groundwater, which is why we have these groundwater studies and management programs that resulted in the formulation of groundwater allocation policies and plans no all over the country. Ayan, so na-roll out na rin natin. And again, thank you very much po, Director David. So for our audience po, if you have questions or reactions to Director Sibilio David's presentation, kindly send them to us and we will try to address them during our question and answer portion. So all right, at this juncture po, we will be hearing the reactions from our panelists. And now I'd like to introduce to you our first reactor, okay? So our first reactor is a senior science research specialist and is currently the officer in charge of the Hydrogeology and Environmental Geology section under the Lands Geological Survey Division, or LGSD, of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, or MGB. She has worked for the longest time in the implementation and conduct of the Geohazard Assessment and Mapping Project, including the post-Pinatubo Assessment Project in the early 1990s, as well as in the conduct of the hydrogeological and environmental investigation of various projects of the agency. She currently leads the nationwide implementation of the National Groundwater Resource and Vulnerability Assessment Program of the MGB. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Marnet B. Puthen Purikal. Sa mga kalikasang umaga po, Ms. Marnet.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank Executive Director Sevilio David for that comprehensive presentation of the groundwater resource assessment conducted and spearheaded by the National Water Resources Board, being the government coordinating and regulating agency to oversee the overall management of our groundwater resources, meaning water resources, that's including groundwater. I believe the studies made is in sync and is aligned with the government's effort to create a water security to all Filipinos as espoused in the rural and urban water blueprint of the country. The presentation not only highlighted the commendable accomplishment, but has also exposed critical issues, concern, and a lot of challenges that needs to be addressed. And it is made more complicated with the effect of climate change. The NWRB operating as a single office, I think can still do so much more, given or having regional offices as part of the plan in the creation of the proposed Department of Water. But in the meantime, while this is not yet happening, I guess what the Mines and Geoscience Bureau is doing insofar as groundwater resource assessment is concerned with an established regional counterpart can come into the picture to support and complement the groundwater resource assessment studies being done by NWRB. I would like to share my screen to give an update of MGB's accomplishment in the implementation of the groundwater resource and vulnerability assessment program to support NWRB. Can you see my presentation now?
Not yet, ma'am.
That's it. Oh God. Oh, just a minute. A host disabled participant screen sharing. It's written here, host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you allow me to share my screen, please?
All right po, ma'am. We are sorry about that. For a while lang po, we will just fix the technical issues. Thank you.
Okay, can you see me my presentation now?
Ma'am, wala pa po. For a while lang po, ma'am.
Yeah.
Maybe we are also having technical issues on our side po.
Yes. Now, can you see, sir?
Yes,
There
better
you
now.
go. We can see it now,
Yes,
ma'am. Thank you so much
exactly.
po.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's the National Groundwater Resource and Vulnerability Assessment Program, or the NGRVAP, is an ongoing project and is
Okay,
actually
it's
an implementation
the
of
National
MGB's
Vanuatu
long-standing
Resource
mandate
and
to conduct specialized researches and assessment of the country's groundwater resources. Actually, this is stipulated, our mandate is stipulated in the Philippine Mining Act. So MGB is not only focused on the management, development, and regulation of our mining, of the mining industry, specifically on the metallic and mineral resources. I'm referring to gold, silver, and the likes. But we are also focused on managing non-metallic and mineral resources, and that's including groundwater. Now, groundwater is even referred to as the new gold because of its extreme importance to human existence. I'm showing you now a slide to show you some of the output of this project. And I'd like to mention that the nationwide systematic assessment with the regular funding coming from the General Appropriation Act officially started in 2016. And we began with the assessment of areas in a regional scale. And we generate output maps in the form of the 1:250 scale groundwater availability map, as you can see here. And the map shows the spatial distribution of aquifer potential over specific target areas. In this case, the provincial coverage. And over a span of 3 years, from 2016 to 2019, we have generated 71 groundwater availability map, representing 76 provinces out of the 81 provinces we have in the Philippines. So there's a small difference, provinces like Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, because of some security reason, we did not manage to cover them. And the use of this map is very straightforward. We would recommend to the LGU, for example, the end user of this output, the development of well in blue-colored areas. If you can see here, as this is where we expect highly productive water-bearing rocks that can be tapped for economical use. While on the other hand, we would suggest that they would avoid the brown one, the brown-colored areas where we assess it to be lacking or devoid of a groundwater source. I'd like to point out that while NWRB focuses on the assessment of groundwater in the identified water-constrained, highly urbanized centers, or SUCs, MGB is tasked to cover and prioritize municipalities with identified climate vulnerable provinces. So next slide. In 2019, we embarked on the conduct of a semi-detailed 1:50,000 scale assessment with the municipalities as area coverage. As of December 2021, we already have covered 192 municipalities out of the 1,506 municipalities we have in the Philippines. And on the slide, you can see the output map is the 1:50 scale hydrogeologic map. And as you can see, we already have incorporated groundwater quality and presented it as water quality parameter map. As you can see here, I have highlighted the salinity parameter map. And there are two more things I'd like to point out here at the interest of time, given is just a few minutes more to comment, is the groundwater, as we all know, is a valuable resource that is vulnerable to contamination. So policy has yet to be formulated to focus on the protection of our groundwater resource from becoming polluted or contaminated. There is a specific provision in the implementing rules and regulation of the Clean Water Act for MGB in coordination with NWRB to conduct groundwater vulnerability assessment. The purpose of which is to generate map called groundwater vulnerability index map, as you can see here in my slide. These are map that pinpoint or delineate areas where groundwater is most vulnerable to pollution. This is the reason why the MGB, although only recently we embarked on implementing the conduct of the groundwater vulnerability assessment as another component of the NG VAP. Although Dr. Bill David did not mention in his presentation, I suppose NWRB has also started to implement the conduct of the vulnerability assessment. And while the assessment done by us and NWRB, as I have mentioned, has been implemented over areas based on political boundary, meaning the provincial, cities, or municipalities, the groundwater vulnerability assessment component initiated by us was based on using watershed or the river basin as a boundary. This is consistent with the ideals and principle of the Integrated Water Resource Management or IWRM. This is also in support for the UN's Sustainable Development Goal number 6. And in 2019, before the onset of the pandemic, we managed to conduct a vulnerability assessment over 5 contiguous municipalities. So it's encompassing the Lian watershed, also on the map, and the generated groundwater vulnerability index map highlights areas where groundwater is most vulnerable. The red ones in the map, for example, is the areas where the aquifer system can be really most vulnerable to contamination. I hope that with this information, decision makers can be guided to formulate policy that pertains to groundwater protection zones. The second thing I'd like to highlight is the issue raised on the lack of knowledge on water resources. Yeah, especially on groundwater in particular, which I really agree. And because the resource is a blind resource, as we have mentioned, it is invincible, it is dynamic, it is constantly moving. The topic on groundwater is actually poorly understood. So the lack of knowledge and information about the resource complicate the matter. So I support, therefore, the effort to intensify the conduct of information and educational campaign on groundwater. We are currently working on the approval and provision of funding for the extension or a new activity attached to our project. And this is the proposed community groundwater resource protection and management component, which aims to safeguard groundwater resources from depletion and contamination. The proposed activities includes intensive IEC and the provision of technical assistance to the local government units who are actually among the beneficiary and end user of the output of our project on groundwater resource assessment. I guess this is very timely because last year it was reported that water would be among the services to be devolved to the local government units. So this is where one of the government office would come into play to assist the local government units who may be lacking knowledge or information on groundwater. Yeah, there appears to be quite a number of similar tasks being implemented by MGB and NWRB. So I guess, therefore, both really have to work closely together to support and complement each other. I guess that's all I can comment. Salamat po for your attention.
Alright, thank you so much po, Ma'am Marnet. So kagaya nga ng sabi ni Miss Marnet, no, it is in sync and aligned with our government projects. It is great to know that MGB is in full support with NWRB's groundwater resources vulnerability assessment, no, and they even carry out the assessment or these programs sa iba pang area. So again, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Marnet. So at
Yeah,
this
thank
juncture,
you.
we will be moving on with our next panelist. So our next reactor po is the Senior Environment Management Specialist of the Water Quality Management Section of the Environmental Management Bureau, or EMB. He was involved in various trainings and seminars on wastewater management and water quality assessment. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Aldrin O. Maranan. Sa mga kalikasang umaga po, Sir Aldrin.
Good morning po, sir. First, I would like to congratulate Executive Director David for such a very informative presentation. So, ayun na po. Hello? Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Naririnig po.
Okay. As we have identified many challenges, it is good to know that we have plans to address the said challenges. What really got my attention is how they collect data through real-time sensors. Kasi yung real-time information is a vital asset that helps safeguard lives and property and ensures adequate water resources for a healthy economy. In real-time water quality data is also needed for decisions regarding drinking water, water treatment, regulatory programs, recreation, and public safety. Additionally, increased data collection frequency provides an improved understanding of factors that affect water quality. So real-time data can decrease time and cost associated with manual sampling, and it provides better measures of water quality relative to water quality criteria compared to a few samples collected during the year, and it measures water quality changes at night and during storms when samples are seldom collected and when storm events can have major effects on concentrations and loads. So, sa amin naman po sa EMB, we have several policies and programs that address groundwater management. One of these is the ANR. The ANR-EMB is the lead implementing agency of the Clean Water Act, which prohibits discharging, injecting, or allowing to seep into the soil or subsoil any substance in any form that would pollute groundwater. In cases of geothermal projects naman po, and subject to the approval of the DNR, regulated discharge for short-term activities such as well testing, flushing, commissioning, and venting, and this injection of geothermal liquids may be allowed, provided that safety measures are adopted to prevent the contamination of groundwater. The EMB also requires programs and projects, and project proponents rather, to put up financial guarantee mechanisms that will finance any for emergency response, cleanup, or rehabilitation of areas that may be damaged during the program or project's actual implementation. We also require an ECC, which is issued by us. An ECC is a document certifying that the proposed project or undertaking will not cause significant negative environmental impact. It contains measures and conditions that the project proponent has to undertake before and during the operation of a project, in some cases, during the project's abandonment phase, to mitigate identified environmental impacts, including cleanup. Liability for damages shall continue even after the termination of the program or project and until the lapse of a given period indicated in the environmental compliance certificate as determined by the DNR. Of course, andyan din po yung Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000 headed by the National Solid Waste Management Commission. Ang secretariat po nandito po sa amin, which mandates all provinces, cities...
Sir, excuse me po. May presentation po ba?
Wala po. Wala po. Verbal lang po. Okay. Headed by the National Solid Waste Management Commission, barangays should jointly address common solid waste management problems on establishing common waste disposal facilities which will avoid soil and groundwater contamination. Yung kanina lang po, isa rin po na gusto kong mapansin yung tungkol sa CDO. Yung water quality data raw po medyo hindi na po nakapag-provide. Makipag-coordinate po kami ngayon dun sa regional office po namin kasi yung CDO po kasi WACMA po siya since 2013. So, require po namin siya na magkaroon po siya ng water quality sampling monthly. So, kung ano po, ibibigay po namin kay sa NWRB yung mga data na kailangan po nila para maka-move forward din po. Ayun lang po. Kung ano po, meron naman po itong presentation, kung sakali, idilipat ko na lang sa PowerPoint para mabigyan ko na lang po kayo ng kopya. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Alright, maraming salamat po, Sir Aldrin Maranan. Again, thank you very much po. No? So, kagaya nga sabi niya, no, yung atin pong assessment produces real-time data which provides better development of measures in the management of our groundwaters. It is also good to know, or to hear rather, na yung mga studies na kagaya nito ay related with the processing and approval of the environmental compliance certificates na ginagamit ng maraming kumpanya dito sa Pilipinas. Alright, so again, maraming salamat po, Sir Aldrin. So, finally, let's hear from our last panelist for this session. So our last but not the least reactor for this session is the acting manager of the Project Planning Division of the Engineering Department of the National Irrigation Administration, or NIA. He manages the progress of feasibility studies of irrigation projects as well as the modernization of existing irrigation systems of the country. He is the former head of the Land and Water Resources section of the Project Planning Division, Engineering Department, and has spearheaded the surface and groundwater aspects of NIA's irrigation development. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Othello L. Razon. Good morning, Sir Razon.
Good morning po. Is my audio okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before I start, I'd like to comment and congratulate Dr. Bilbit for that comprehensive presentation, especially dun sa nakuha yung attention ko dun sa groundwater modeling niya, using the visual mud flow flex. Ito po aming sa NIA po, yung aming groundwater section, yung isang unit lang po siya. It's a small unit composed of only 3 personnel. So although we have the equipment like resistivity equipments, maganda po itong presentation ni Dr. David. So maybe we can explore this, no? Ito pong visual mud flow flex. Anyway, yun lang po. Salamat po, Doc Bill. So as part of the Chief Agency for Irrigation Development in the Philippines, it is with your pride to speak in this assembly as panelists for the topic related to groundwater, which was presented by Dr. David just earlier. The scope of NWRB's assessment is mostly centered in the selected highly urbanized cities of the Philippines and inclined to the topmost prioritized water uses based on the water code of the Philippines. Irrigation, which is NIA's main concern, follows closely. NIA's structures for surface water are usually situated in the upstream and midstream areas of the watershed, while its command areas for irrigation are the existing lowland areas where the groundwater structures are constructed. These service areas, however, are generally in the suburbs, and if they are proximate to cities, these areas are rapidly converted to urban areas. Though it may seem that irrigation is a totally different aspect of water utilization with respect to what was covered in the recent presentation, it is important to know that in water resources, everything is interconnected. Magkakano po yan, magkakasama po lahat yan. Upstream activities in the watershed affect the water users downstream and vice versa. The ridge to reef or clouds to coast principle of the Integrated Water Resources Management, or IWRM, and recently the Integrated Coastal Area and River Basin Management, or ICRAM, and the awareness that provisions for irrigation comprised more than 75% and more than 30% of the total allocations for consumptive and non-consumptive uses, respectively, highlight the important responsibility of NIA, as well as of the other stakeholders in terms of river basin management for water security. Meron po akong mga presentation regarding po dun sa initiatives ng NIA for ecosystem management and protection. Pero before that, sir, just allow me to enumerate po yung groundwater engagement ng aming agency, National Irrigation Administration. Yung isa po is project level formulation of feasibility studies for groundwater to augment irrigation supply and expand irrigation areas. Ito po ay sa amin pong mga regional irrigation offices and irrigation management offices sa mga provinces sa buong Philippines po. Second po, inclusion of groundwater studies in the development of the feasibility of irrigation systems, starting from the preliminary feasibility stage in preparation for climate change adaptation measures, future expansion or augmentation. Third po, interagency collaboration for the Philippine Groundwater Health Index. And lastly po, development of NIA's groundwater database for future planning and irrigation development reference. Now for my presentation po on the programs and initiatives of NIA for ecosystem management and protection. Dali lang po. So, bali, dito kaya sa slideshow. Okay ba? Slideshow. Okay na to? Okay. Okay na lang. Lalakihan lang po. Excuse me.
Slideshow na lang po. Thank you.
Yan. Okay. Kita na po ba, sir? Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Go ahead po. Thank you.
Ito po yung presentation po highlights of our agency efforts for integrated ecosystem management and climate change adaptation. Yung isa po mga initiatives po, no? Ito po yung aming item 1 is the rehabilitation and protection of water resources supporting irrigation systems. No? Number 2 is the Mindanao Irrigation Development Project. 3 is the NIA Modernization Program. And 4, the study on quarry operations. First, yung pong rehab po ng protection of water resources supporting irrigation system. The objective is to improve the vegetative cover of water resources, yung watershed po, no? To mitigate siltation problems in the reservoirs, diversion dams, and irrigation canals. Second point is to improve hydrologic integrity of watersheds supporting irrigation systems in the country. Meron po tayong legal basis dito is our National Irrigation Master Plan for 2020 to 2030. The DNR NIA Memorandum of Agreement approved on June 17, 2002, and amended in August 5, 2019. Yung output po namin dito will be the 5-year management plan for irrigation water resources and the implementation of approved management plan per NIS or National Irrigation Systems for 5 years. Total projects po namin dito is 163 projects ng mga systems po namin sa buong Pilipinas. The implementation period is for 10 years. Ito po yung ano po, no? Yung duration of activities, batches, number of NIS. Yung pong batch 1 which is 2021, 25 NIS po. Meron kaming 3 pilot sites. And batch 2 which the current year, 30 NIS. Andiyan po yung batch 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 up to 2026. Naka-program po yan for 13 to 30 NIS. Total po namin is 163. Next po is yung Mindanao Irrigation Development Project, which is a foreign funded project. Yung impact po nito, economic opportunities and income of farmers enhanced. Ma-enhance po yung income and economic opportunities ng ating mga farmers. Second, the support post-COVID-19 economic recovery by helping to improve food security and rural livelihood. Yung output namin dito is irrigation planning, design, and management capacities will be strengthened. Second, efficient and climate resilient irrigation systems will be developed. And climate resilient irrigation farming practices will be adopted. Outcome, productivity and climate resilience of irrigated agriculture will be improved. Implementation period po is project preparation po, 20, currently po ongoing po yan, no? 2020 to 2022. The implementation will be on 2023 up to 2029, although tentative po yan. Tapos meron po kami pong phase 2, yung tentative implementation will be 2024. Yung phase 1 po namin will be shown in the next slide. Ito po yung aming phase 1. Sa 2 systems po sa Region 10 and 2 systems po sa Region 11. Balingasag is in Misamis Oriental, Bobonawan areas is in Bukidnon. Katiil Integrated Irrigation System is in Negros, Davao Oriental, Kipaliko areas is in Davao del Norte. Ayun po yung aming mga actually demand po ito sa prioritization, no, for screening. Tapos we came up with dito po sa 4 na pong systems po na in collaboration in conjunction po dun sa approval pa rin po ng aming ng ADB. So ito po yung mga EIR economic internal rate of return in draft. It's above the threshold po ng NEDA, which is 10%. Next po is po ang aming NIA modernization program, rehabilitation improvement for modernization. The rationale behind this is there's a need to improve, rehabilitate, and modernize the existing NIS, National Irrigation Systems. There's a need also for the agency to establish sufficient studies for system improvements. And also, there's a need for scientific holistic reference for more efficient implementation of rehabilitation. Ang objective po namin is to support NIA in implementing study-based rehab and improvement program geared towards modernization of existing systems. Immediate impact, systematic implementation of rehabilitation improvement towards modernization of NIS, readily available NIS information for potential foreign funding. Ito po yung very importante po. Kasi lahat po ng aming NIS po kasi kailangan po magkaroon ng mga studies din po for our modernization program, starting po sa preliminary feasibility, then feasibility, para po yun nga po, itong mga information na to can be a potential input for foreign funding in the future. Next, the environment, more efficient utilization of water resources by adopting diversification and other climate resilient practices and conservation of irrigation schemes. Second, inclusion of groundwater and other sources of irrigation supply to accommodate other water uses in the watershed. Ito pong susunod, ito po yung isa pong latest po that we were engaged in, no? Ito pong NIA actions on quarry activities. documentation of quarry operations of upstream and downstream that may adversely affect NEA dams and structures, conduct studies on the impact of quarry operations to support the position of whether to stop or reduce quarrying to be presented to the regulatory board. The study could also be used in retrofitting NEA dams and structures, as well as design of new dams and structures. Then, active participation and close coordination to all relevant agencies at the field level that could support NEA positions at the national level. That's my last slide po. And thank you po for your attention, and that's all po. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning po sa ating lahat. I'm Carlo Ligada po, and I will be your moderator for our topic discuss. Mic test. Mic test. Visible, audible po ba yung audio? Okay. So we are here in Kabangkalan City, and as to the discussions we have earlier, may we request po yung ating resource speaker, Dr. Bill David, to have some response to our panelists. Dr. Bill, if you are still with us.
Yeah, thank you, Carlo. Yeah, for the to react sa mga reactions, of course, in response to the reactions of our panelists, first I'd like to express yung mga our appreciation to our panelists for their favorable, of course, some positive reactions to this presentation. And as far as NGB, because NGB has been for quite some time doing some has been the expert of the government as far as hydrogeological assessment of our country. Because and as Marnet mentioned, but more recently, they have embarked a more what we could consider a major program on groundwater vulnerability assessment. But with this, I think this is very important because as I said earlier, the availability of information with this invisible resource, which is the groundwater, is very important, and you can only do this. I think the challenge in conducting such study or data generating some information with this invisible resource is very challenging. But you need expertise that's available in our government system, particularly MGB providing that. And this will complement, this activity is complementing our efforts for NWRB in managing our groundwater resources, because the input from our technical NWRB being the manager of our water resources, we have to also to rely on the availability or information that is being provided by our partner or agencies that are with the authority on such provision of technical information, which in this case, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau for groundwater resources. So because with their expertise. But I think we have to work closely with NGB in that aspect, particularly with this groundwater vulnerability assessment, because as Ms. Marnet said, no, the groundwater availability assessment identifies areas that are most vulnerable to contamination or pollution. And we have to really, it's a concern of NWRB, that when we grant, those when we allow, the public to utilize those groundwater, we have to also have some information, aside from the availability of groundwater in some areas. We have to also consider, this information, particularly, on those areas wherein this groundwater resources is most vulnerable, to contamination. So we have to. That's a big consideration, in making some decisions in that respect, and because it also affect, the quality, of our it is, the possibility, of affecting the quality of those groundwater uh, is very important, and I believe, particularly in areas that are within, very near the the coast. I think the vulnerability, to contamination, particularly saltwater intrusion, is very we have to look at closer attention, in that regard. And I think we have to work also with the MB in that respect, because as per Clean Water Act, they have the mandate also, the authority, as per as water quality is concerned. As I said, water quality is one of the main concern also for us as managers of our water resources. We cannot just allow the public or anybody, to access or to tap those groundwater resources if there is an issue on this water quality, be it, that water, those aquifers as vulnerable to contamination, or uh, or those aquifers which already have concerns on water quality. So these informations are very, very relevant. So I think I agree that we have to work closely, with these authorities, of the government on some specific aspect of water resources, as far as because we cannot just manage, the water based on its availability. Kung available lang, then we grant. We have to also consider other aspects of groundwater, particularly, in water quality and the possible or potential threat, of pollutants or contamination to our freshwater resources, particularly groundwater. Although similarly in the surface water, it is probably it's the same, but it's also the same. But I think in this case, I have also. But the challenge in getting those information for groundwater is very it's a little bit complicated, considering that di natin makita, we cannot really say, see the effect, of this groundwater. We have to do other means, usually using available, technology, such as the monitoring station, wherein we use state-of-the-art technology in monitoring the water quality of our aquifers. And for NIA, I think we have to take note also that irrigation or agriculture is one of the major user of our water resources, including groundwater. If you go to the rural areas, I think the groundwater is also a major source of water in irrigating some of those farmlands. And I agree with Nia that the need not to be more efficient, and of course the need for more study, on how to optimize, both surface water and groundwater for irrigation purpose is or equally important, considering that as per our priority, we are prioritizing domestic or municipal use, but also equally important is addressing yung food security natin, wherein
for the productivity, of our on food productivity, water is very important ingredient that we need to address also, both in terms of availability as well as our colleague from here said, is the improving, the efficiency, the modernizing our irrigation system. I think that's very important. We have to really modernize, because the availability, of water is there. It is available. However, the need, to the use to modernize our system, particularly for irrigation, in optimizing, this what we call, although it's renewable, we can consider water is renewable, but I think there's a need to optimize our resources, our water resources for more beneficial uses, particularly irrigation, of course, domestic and municipal, and other beneficial users, including industries, and commercial uses. Because right now, population is increasing, the development is also expanding, so the need for more water, the demand for more water is there. So I think that it's about time, that we need to optimize, and I think a strong collaboration among various authorities involved in water is very relevant and very important at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bill, for that very informative and detailed response to our panelists. I think we are all set to proceed to our open forum portion. And as of now, we have parked several questions here to our resource speaker and to the panelists. We have here from Sir, this is particularly on the presentation made by MGP. In place, in places with multiple aquifer systems, which differs from one place to another, how this particular mapping activity was addressed on the maps presented by MGB?
Hello, yes. Sir Virgilio, thank you for that question. And really, I agree with you that there are might be differences in the water quality considering different aquifer systems. That's the reason why we are very careful to present parameter maps for other water quality parameters. In this case, the one I show you is on salinity. So it's also consistent. The result was consistent that those areas closer to the sea are the ones most vulnerable for salinity. So it would be a different story po if we consider other parameters. So yes, I agree with you. That's really that we don't have to just easily present water quality in
Marnette, are you still with us? All right. I think Ma'am Marnette is trying to establish her connection with the virtual plenary. Let's proceed to the next question. We have
Carlo, can I react to that also? No, to maybe to follow,
yes.
to support yung statement of Marnette. No? I think multiple aquifers. No, it's based with a complex geological setting, of the Philippines. It's possible, it might be common, in fact, in areas, yung the presence of multiple aquifers. That's where, as Marnette said, we have to be careful, in establishing, or determining, and even identifying, aquifers in the area, because the possibility or presence of multiple aquifers in one area, both horizontally and vertically, is high. That's I think the need. That's why the need for more information and data, particularly in managing this water from our aquifers, is very important in determining the presence of this multiple aquifers, both spatially, in both vertical and horizontal space.
Well taken, Dr. Bill. We have also another question here from the audience. Given those several programs and projects in groundwater management, is there a possibility for us to have joint programs between the NWRB and MGP?
I think no. I think we could say that the MGB, the activities of MGB and NWRB are complementary. I think we have been closely coordinating with the MGB, in that aspect, because we consider, that the output of MGB as very important contributions, we will be, the activities or programs of output of MGB and WRB, will be their major client. So I think as managers of our resources, so they provide us the technical information as part, of our tool, in managing our resources. So in this case, we might not be working together at this time. We have different programs, implementing different programs and projects, but definitely, the output, are complementary, and I think the need, we have been doing that, the close collaboration with NGB, to harmonize, and of course to exchange, some information that will improve, both our outputs and our decision making process.
Noted po, Dr. Bill. We have still several questions parked here for our discussion. We have a question from Sir Albarizo of LGU Legazpi City. He is asking on, do we have a study on impact of extensive quarry operations to groundwater security?
I think our colleague from NIA mentioned earlier, their study on a project on the possible impact, of quarry operations, in the stability or even, the sustainability, of their various infrastructures, particularly reservoir or mga dams. And as for groundwater, I think that's one consideration, and I think we have to work with the MGB because, as I said, yung vulnerability studies nila, in which studies yung possible contamination of vulnerability, to contamination from various sources, of our water quality of our groundwater. I think this should include, yung mga possible effects, of quarry operations. Although mainly kasi pag titingnan mo yung mga quarry operations, ang talagang naapektuhan dyan is the surface water, but I think we have to check also its possible effect, on pagka na-contaminate or silted, yung mga surface water mo, what will be its effect, to the aquifers or groundwater that are being recharged, of this surface water.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. We have one more question from our audience. I think this one will be answered primarily by our panelists from NIA. Does NIA have projects that concern the rehabilitation of forest as source of water for irrigation projects? Is it part of their responsibilities, or is NIA only concerned on the utilization of water for irrigation?
Thank you for this question one, Ma'am Marjorie Marcos. Doon po sa aking pong presentation kanina, mayroon po kami talagang program na yan. Nag-umpisa po noong 2002, no? Yung pong approved po natin ng MOA with the DNR on the rehabilitation and protection of water resources supporting irrigation system. Like po nasabi ni Doc Bill, siltation, saan po nanggagaling siltation? Di sa mostly ano po yan, sa watershed po yan. We have to protect po yan dahil po yung pong water resource po natin nagdedepende sa condition po ng ating watershed. Ito po yan, meron po kami ngayon na program na 163 national irrigation systems. Actually, napakarami po nito. Which means, yung mga systems na to, ito po yung mga malalaki po to na buong Pilipinas po, from CAR up to Region 13. No? So, niya lang, hindi po namin pwedeng one-shot deal po ito. No? So, we have to do it in batches. No? Rehab po ito no, ng aming watershed. Although, limited lang po yung aming pwede pong namin magawa dito from our structure pataas po. Mga 1 kilometer lang po siguro, no? Mga ganun pa. Kasi hindi po namin pwede saklawin yung pong ano po ng DNR. Nandun po sa MOA po namin yun na-approve po noong June ng 2022. So, kaya po ginawa namin, 6 batches po to, 30 NIS muna each year. No? Yung pinakahuli po, 13 NIS. So may mga budgeted po ito, subsidized. So may budget po ito. So to answer that question po, ma'am, meron po ongoing kami pong program po dyan. So, ayun po yung aking sagot.
Sige po. Thank you po, Sir Othello Razon from NIA for that detailed response to the question. I think we have only one last question for Dr. Bill. What is his key takeaway message regarding the policy implications of this groundwater study, especially on the national level, on the mandate of NWRB, at the DNR level for the mandate of RBCO, and lastly for the functions of our local government units in the addressing water constraints issues, especially for groundwater.
Yes, thank you, Carlo. I think for this groundwater management plan or groundwater assessment, I think the important output or outcome of these projects will be, one is for us in the government to provide or to develop more, establish more information in managing our groundwater, particularly in water constrained areas. So we know that water is very important. It's a critical resource for our everyday use. So we cannot live without water. So I think everybody needs water. So the responsibility of the state in providing its water to the public, that is it's a main responsibility of the government. And I think that is also one of the commitment of our government in the SDG Goal 6, which provide universal access by 2030 to our population. So the groundwater management plan will provide us additional information on how can we manage this invisible resource. I think from various sources, be it from the reports of NWRB or from other sources, particularly NGB. I think we have to combine all this information in making some specific policies in managing our resources, particularly in its sustainable management. With this new information, how can we sustain yung mga long-term yield of these aquifers, and of course in in identifying large volume because some aquifers might be large, no? They might have large storage. No, I think we have to create some policies there, no, on how to manage those large storage aquifers. And likewise, to some extent, if some aquifers need to be recharged, I think we have to develop a specific policy on that because we cannot just conduct or do some recharge of these aquifers anytime. We have to consider their water quality, and I think we have to work with the EMB on that, no? Considering that water quality is their main mandate. And likewise, the interaction. The most equally important is the interaction of groundwater with surface water. Now we have to protect. Now we have to protect also, no, the quality of our surface water because most surface water it recharges, no, yung groundwater natin. So equally important is protecting the water quality, no. So which as we have been advocating, we have to do it in several aspects, no, on multi stages under the framework of IWRM, as mentioned, from the from the watershed, no, from the reach to the sea. We have to really manage, no, yung how to manage yung the environment wherein the quality and availability of our water resources is properly managed and protected.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bill, for that very pragmatic approach and by providing your technical expertise and knowledge on those insights that could really help our audience here for the effective water resource management. I believe that those discussions that Dr. Bill, along with our panelists, is that we form a synergy to have a very efficient and sustainable water resource management schemes in each of our respective locales. So I think this concludes our open forum. But of course, before we end the open forum, I would like to encourage our resource person and our panelists to please answer the other questions that was not raised on our virtual plenary as posted in our chat box as we go along with our succeeding topics. With this, I would like to request for the presentation of the Certificate of Appreciation to our resource speaker, Dr. Civilio David, as our resource person for the groundwater study on the highly urbanized and water-constrained cities. Let me read. Do we have the citation? And also, we are also giving the same certificate of appreciation to our panelists from MGB, Ms. Marnet Putin-Purikal, Sir Aldrin Maranan from EMB, and Sir Othello Razon from NIA. So, thank you very much. I think I'm going to hand over the virtual plenary to Sir Randy Nunez.
Alright, maraming salamat po Forester Carlo Legada. And again, maraming salamat po to our presenter and to our panelists. That would be the end of our first session. And thank you everyone for your participation. Please do not forget to answer our session evaluation forms and our virtual boards. Links are posted po sa ating chat box. Alright, so we will be seeing each other again this afternoon po. So please come back at exactly 1 in the afternoon for our session on Build Back Better Task Force, updates and initiatives in Cagayan, Marikina, and Bicol River Basins. Again, this is Randy Nunez, together with my co-moderator, Forester Carlo Legada, and on behalf of the DNR River Basin Control Office and the German Development Cooperation, or GIZ, kami po ay nagpapasalamat at nagsasabi na ngayong pandemya, iba yung pag-iingat, ang aming paalala. Stay tuned in this National River Basin Summit 2022 with the theme Groundwater, Making the Invisible Visible. Thank you again and see you later.
As the ice caps melt, sea levels are rising. Many major cities are already threatened by flooding and erosion. Now, we can try to fight this with expensive projects like building seawalls, but there's often a more holistic and cheaper solution: nature. For example, planting mangrove forests defends against coastal flooding and storm surges. Mangroves weaken the strength of the waves, which stops the shoreline from crumbling into the sea. Coral reefs also provide flood defenses by breaking big waves and absorbing their energy before they hit the shore. It's predicted there will be more and more heat waves in the years to come. In fact, it's already happening. But we have a major problem in the way we try to keep cool. Our air conditioning systems use tons of fossil fuels, which only makes the problem worse. While our houses stay cool, the planet doesn't. But again, nature has an answer. Bringing nature into cities can help keep the temperature down. Trees release water through their leaves, just like we cool down by sweating. And urban lakes and rivers also help keep temperatures low. And by using nature, we get extra benefits. Green spaces filter toxic air pollution. They can be used for recreation, and they're beautiful. Drought is a major impact of climate change, and scientists predict it will become even more common in the years to come. This is a major problem, especially in poorer parts of the world where many people still rely on rain for farming. The trees and wetlands act like sponges, absorbing water and recharging groundwater supplies. So when we cut down trees, droughts get worse because rain flushes straight through the soil instead of being stored for times of need. But when we keep our forests, lakes and rivers healthy, then we're also protecting our water supplies. Coastal erosion, heat waves and drought are just some of the climate impacts that can be tackled using nature. This nature-based approach is called ecosystem-based adaptation, restoring and protecting ecosystems to help people adapt to climate change. But the really amazing thing about ecosystem-based adaptation is that it protects both people and planet. When we use nature to defend ourselves from climate change, we also create space for plants and animals to flourish. A lot of environmental news can be pretty bleak. From starving polar bears to melting ice caps and disappearing forests, it can be hard not to focus on what's going wrong. But ecosystem-based adaptation is about focusing on what we gain, not on what we lose. Today, there's no need to choose between nature or people. Now, it's nature for people.
People and ecosystems are increasingly under pressure by the effects of global warming. We all depend on functioning ecosystems and the services they provide. For example, fertile soils, clean water, food, extreme event buffering, and climate regulation are essential to survive. There is widespread acceptance that healthy ecosystems play an essential role in increasing the resilience of communities to changing weather patterns. They help people to mitigate climate change and adapt to its effects. Ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change, or EBA for short, is a nature-based, anthropocentric approach to tackling the impacts of climate change. It comprises measures to conserve, restore, and sustainably manage ecosystems and natural resources by using green infrastructure. This complements or even substitutes other adaptation methods, such as GREY, that is, engineering-based infrastructure measures.
Well, I think ecosystem-based adaptation, or EBA, is a natural way of solving some problems that are connected with the impacts of climate change. So for the people's benefit, it would be good also to use the ecosystem as a means of adapting to the possible future impacts of climate change.
EBA is climate change adaptation powered by nature.
Ecosystem-based adaptation has become an increasingly important topic in international and national policies. The Paris Agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was a milestone for the international community in terms of tackling the challenges of climate change. The same is true of the Convention on Biological Diversity. When it comes to implementing these conventions, EBA is a key element in most member countries' adaptation policies. 24 of the 166 countries that have identified adaptation goals refer explicitly to ecosystem-based adaptation, while 109 mention the importance of using ecosystems as part of a general adaptation strategy. EBA is often enshrined in national adaptation planning processes, but on the ground, it is still a neglected form of adaptation compared to grey infrastructure measures. The process of EBA mainstreaming is being supported through the International Climate Initiative, which was initiated by the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Building and Nuclear Safety. It involves decision makers at international and national levels. The global project on mainstreaming EBA, implemented by the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, is funded by the International Climate Initiative. GIZ supports countries worldwide working on EBA.
Bueno, en México tenemos varios instrumentos de política pública a nivel nacional y es por esto y por nuestro contexto de un país altamente vulnerable y biodiverso que integramos el enfoque de adaptación basada en ecosistemas en nuestra contribución determinada a nivel nacional en el marco del Acuerdo de París.
Take, for example, the results from the pilot project on mountain EBA in Peru, funded by the aforementioned Federal Ministry and Climate Initiative. At an altitude of around 4,350 meters, the consequences of climate change are already evident in Peru. Melting glaciers, reduced snow and rainfall, dried out mineral springs, and lower river levels than before. In order to secure the water supply and conserve pasture land for livestock breeding, the communities had to get involved in managing the native grasslands.
En el caso de Perú, considerando que es un país altamente vulnerable, todos los enfoques son necesarios para reducir la vulnerabilidad de las poblaciones, ecosistemas y también los medios de vida que tenemos en las diferentes regiones. La adaptación basada en ecosistemas es un enfoque más de adaptación.
Coastal and marine ecosystems are highly vulnerable to climate change. Countries such as Vietnam, the Philippines, Mexico, and Colombia are increasingly affected by storms, sea level rises, and floods. EBA measures, including reforested mangroves and rehabilitated coral reefs, provide effective protection against these climate change impacts. The solutions also generate many additional benefits, such as carbon sequestration and habitats for various fish species.
Además de la restauración de arrecifes de coral en la Reserva de la Biosfera de Siancán, también hemos trabajado con la restauración de manglar. Eso te ayuda a que se reduzca la sedimentación en los arrecifes y por ende fortaleces más el sistema.
In the Philippines, a ridge-to-reef approach is being implemented, where river basins and coastal areas are managed as a closely interlinked system. A crucial element involved combining technical measures such as the planting of natural tree species and agroforestry systems with community education and organizational development measures.
We started with scoping or collecting evidences from the ground, and it was quite interesting because people were not aware that they were doing already EBA, but actually these are ecosystem-based solutions.
Forests, rivers, wetlands, deserts, agriculture, and urban ecosystems are also at risk from climate change. Their vulnerability can be reduced by using EBA solutions.
Having a limited resources for I can say, less developed country, ecosystem-based adaptation is one of the cost-effective options for adaptation for the people. So it means that we can reach the same output and using less cost and have more money we can put into other investments.
EBA summarized many aspects in environmental policy that can manage to reduce risk and increase the sustainability of investments in Peru. I believe it's a great way to find innovative solutions to common and well-known problems. We are trying to mainstreaming in different sectors, not only on the environmental sector, but on the agricultural sector, sanitation, energy.
People and ecosystems are increasingly under pressure by the effects of global warming. We all depend on functioning ecosystems and the services they provide. For example, fertile soils, clean water, food, extreme event buffering, and climate regulation are essential to survive. There is widespread acceptance that healthy ecosystems play an essential role in increasing the resilience of communities to changing weather patterns. They help people to mitigate climate change and adapt to its effects. Ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change, or EBA for short, is a nature-based, anthropocentric approach to tackling the impacts of climate change. It comprises measures to conserve, restore, and sustainably manage ecosystems and natural resources by using green infrastructure. This complements or even substitutes other adaptation methods, such as GREY, that is, engineering-based infrastructure measures.
Well, I think ecosystem-based adaptation, or EBAP, is a natural way of solving some problems that are connected with the impacts of climate change. So for the people's benefit, it would be good also to use the ecosystem as a means of adapting to the possible future impacts of climate change.
EBA is climate change adaptation powered by nature.
Ecosystem-based adaptation has become an increasingly important topic in international and national policies. The Paris Agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was a milestone for the international community in terms of tackling the challenges of climate change. The same is true of the Convention on Biological Diversity. When it comes to implementing these conventions, EBA is a key element in most member countries' adaptation policies. 24 of the 166 countries that have identified adaptation goals refer explicitly to ecosystem-based adaptation, while 109 mention the importance of using ecosystems as part of a general adaptation strategy. EBA is often enshrined in national adaptation planning processes, but on the ground, it is still a neglected form of adaptation compared to grey infrastructure measures. The process of EBA mainstreaming is being supported through the International Climate Initiative, which was initiated by the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Building and Nuclear Safety. It involves decision makers at international and national local level. The global project on mainstreaming EBA, implemented by the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, is funded by the International Climate Initiative. GIZ supports countries worldwide working on EBA.
Bueno, en México tenemos varios instrumentos de política pública a nivel nacional y es por esto y por nuestro contexto de un país altamente vulnerable y biodiverso que integramos el enfoque de adaptación basada en ecosistemas en nuestra contribución determinada a nivel nacional en el marco del Acuerdo de París.
Take, for example, the results from the pilot project on mountain EBA in Peru, funded by the aforementioned Federal Ministry and Climate Initiative. At an altitude of around 4,350 meters, the consequences of climate change are already evident in Peru. Melting glaciers, reduced snow and rainfall, dried out mineral springs, and lower river levels than before. In order to secure the water supply and conserve pasture land for livestock breeding, the communities had to get involved in managing the native grasslands.
En el caso de Perú, considerando que es un país altamente vulnerable, todos los enfoques son necesarios para reducir la vulnerabilidad de las poblaciones, ecosistemas y también los medios de vida que tenemos en las diferentes regiones. La adaptación basada en ecosistemas es un enfoque más de adaptación.
Coastal and marine ecosystems are highly vulnerable to climate change. Countries such as Vietnam, the Philippines, Mexico, and Colombia are increasingly affected by storms, sea level rises, and floods. EBA measures, including reforested mangroves and rehabilitated coral reefs, provide effective protection against these climate change impacts. The solutions also generate many additional benefits, such as carbon sequestration and habitats for various fish species.
Además de la restauración de arrecifes de coral en la Reserva de la Biosfera de Siancán, también hemos trabajado con la restauración de manglar. Eso te ayuda a que se reduzca la sedimentación en los arrecifes y por ende fortaleces más el sistema.
In the Philippines, a ridge-to-reef approach is being implemented, where river basins and coastal areas are managed as a closely interlinked system. A crucial element involved combining technical measures such as the planting of natural tree species and agroforestry systems with community education and organizational development measures.
We started with scoping or collecting evidences from the ground, and it was quite interesting because people were not aware that they were doing already EBA, but actually these are ecosystem-based solutions.
Forests, rivers, wetlands, deserts, agriculture, and urban ecosystems are also at risk from climate change. Their vulnerability can be reduced by using EBA solutions.
Having a limited resources for I can say, less developed country, ecosystem-based adaptation is one of the cost-effective options for adaptation for the people. So it means that we can reach the same output and using less cost and have more money we can put into other investments.
EBA summarizes many aspects in environmental policy that can manage to reduce risk and increase the sustainability of investments in Peru. I believe it's a great way to find innovative solutions to common and well-known problems. We are trying to mainstreaming in different sectors, not only on the environmental sector, but on the agricultural sector, sanitation, energy.
Isang maaga at maunlad na umaga sa inyong lahat.
Isang makakalikasang araw po sa inyong lahat. I am very pleased to be allowed to share with you on the occasion of your National River Basin Summit.
Take, for example, the results from the pilot project on mountain EBA in Peru, funded by the aforementioned Federal Ministry and Climate Initiative. At an altitude of around 4,350 meters, the consequences of climate change are already evident in Peru. Melting glaciers, reduced snow and rainfall,
As our planet gets hotter, we need to find better ways of adapting to extreme weather. The latest science shows that nature can provide the best defences against climate change impacts, including heat waves, drought and rising sea levels. Here's how. As the ice caps melt, sea levels are rising. Many major cities are already threatened by flooding and erosion. Now, we can try to fight this with expensive projects like building seawalls, but there's often a more holistic and cheaper solution. Nature. For example, planting mangrove forests defends against coastal flooding and storm surges. Mangroves weaken the strength of the waves, which stops the shoreline from crumbling into the sea. Coral reefs also provide flood defences by breaking big waves and absorbing their energy before they hit the shore. It's predicted there will be more and more heat waves in the years to come. In fact, it's already happening. But we have a major problem in the way we try to keep cool. Our air conditioning systems use tons of fossil fuels, which only makes the problem worse. While our houses stay cool, the planet doesn't. But again, nature has an answer. Bringing nature into cities can help keep the temperature down. Trees release water through their leaves, just like we cool down by sweating. And urban lakes and rivers also help keep temperatures low. And by using nature, we get extra benefits. Green spaces filter toxic air pollution. They can be used for recreation and they're beautiful. Drought is a major impact of climate change, and scientists predict it will become even more common in the years to come. This is a major problem, especially in poorer parts of the world where many people still rely on rain for farming. The trees and wetlands act like sponges, absorbing water and recharging groundwater supplies. So when we cut down trees, droughts get worse because rain flushes straight through the soil instead of being stored for times of need. But when we keep our forests, lakes and rivers healthy, then we're also protecting our water supplies. Coastal erosion, heat waves and drought are just some of the climate impacts that can be tackled using nature. This nature-based approach is called ecosystem-based adaptation, restoring and protecting ecosystems to help people adapt to climate change. But the really amazing thing about ecosystem-based adaptation is that it protects both people and planet. When we use nature to defend ourselves from climate change, we also create space for plants and animals to flourish. A lot of environmental news can be pretty bleak. From starving polar bears to melting ice caps and disappearing forests, it can be hard not to focus on what's going wrong. But ecosystem-based adaptation is about focusing on what we gain, not on what we lose. Today, there's no need to choose between nature or people. Now, it's nature for people.
People and ecosystems are increasingly under pressure by the effects of global warming. We all depend on functioning ecosystems and the services they provide. For example, fertile soils, clean water, food, extreme event buffering, and climate regulation are essential to survive. There is widespread acceptance that healthy ecosystems play an essential role in increasing the resilience of communities to changing weather patterns. They help people to mitigate climate change and adapt to its effects. Ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change, or EBA for short, is a nature-based, anthropocentric approach to tackling the impacts of climate change. It comprises measures to conserve, restore, and sustainably manage ecosystems and natural resources by using green infrastructure. This complements or even substitutes other adaptation methods, such as GREY, that is, engineering-based infrastructure measures.
Well, I think ecosystem-based adaptation, or EBA, is a natural way of solving some problems that are connected with the impacts of climate change. So for the people's benefit, it would be good also to use the ecosystem as a means of adapting to the possible future impacts of climate change.
EBA is climate change adaptation powered by nature.
Ecosystem-based adaptation has become an increasingly important topic in international and national policies. The Paris Agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was a milestone for the international community in terms of tackling the challenges of climate change. The same is true of the Convention on Biological Diversity. When it comes to implementing these conventions, EBA is a key element in most member countries' adaptation policies. 24 of the 166 countries that have identified adaptation goals refer explicitly to ecosystem-based adaptation, while 109 mention the importance of using ecosystems as part of a general adaptation strategy. EBA is often enshrined in national adaptation planning processes, but on the ground, it is still a neglected form of adaptation compared to grey infrastructure measures. The process of EBA mainstreaming is being supported through the International Climate Initiative, which was initiated by the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Building and Nuclear Safety. It involves decision makers at international and national local level. The global project on mainstreaming EBA, implemented by the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, is funded by the International Climate Initiative. GIZ supports countries worldwide working on EBA.
Bueno, en México tenemos varios instrumentos de política pública a nivel nacional y es por esto y por nuestro contexto de un país altamente vulnerable y biodiverso que integramos el enfoque de adaptación basada en ecosistemas en nuestra contribución determinada a nivel nacional en el marco del Acuerdo de París.
Alright, good afternoon everyone and isang makakalikasang hapon po sa ating lahat. So time check, it's already 1 in the afternoon. So siguro wait tayo ng mga 1 minute to let everyone settle down. So while waiting po, yung ating mga participants, pwede nyo bang i-type sa atin pong Zoom chat kung ano po yung nilunch ninyo? So basahin natin kung ano ba yung mga kinain ninyo. While waiting na makapag-settle po tayo and makapag-prepare yung ating mga presenters and panelists. So meron na po ba mga nagsabi kung ano yung mga ulam nila? Ayan. Medyo maliit lang pero may sinabi dito, tinapa, mangga na may alamang. Ang sarap naman nun. Ayan. Yung iba, munggo, dinakdakan, torta, and pomelo. Mix-mix. What's mix-mix? Halo-halo po ba yung mix-mix? Ayan, ganyan. Fried tawilis. Naku, taga Batangas to. Ayan. Bicol Express and Pinangat, maanghang. Cordon bleu. Ang social naman nung naka-cordon bleu. Ayan. And kilawing bangus. Pares. Kala-lunch ko lang pero parang nagutom ulit ako. Ayan, parang mali pala tong desisyon na pinatype ko sa inyo yung mga kinain nyo during lunch and talaga namang napaka-healthy, no? Adobo, lumpia, nako, handa yan lagi sa mga parties. Lumpia, sinigang na parang nilaga. Parang gusto ko matikman yung sinigang na parang nilaga. So maasim yung, hindi pala, so matabang yung sinigang na parang nilaga, mga ganyan. Lechon manok, alright, and many more. So, ayan, so maraming salamat po. Ginutom nyo po yung mga tao po dito sa atin pong site. So again, good afternoon everyone and isang makakalikasang hapon po sa ating lahat. Again, this is Forester Randy Nunez from the Foreign Assisted and Special Project Service of DNR, your facilitator for this afternoon session. We thank you for participating in the National River Basin Summit with the theme Groundwater, Making the Invisible Visible. So maraming salamat po. This event is brought to you by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources River Basin Control Office and the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in River Basins, or the E2RB project. By the way, this project is a partnership between DNR and the German Development Cooperation, or GIZ. For information of everyone, this event is being live streamed in the DNR RBCO Facebook page and YouTube channel. So a recorded video of this event will also be posted in the DNR RBCO Facebook page for a limited time only. Meanwhile, we would like to inform everyone that we will be documenting the names of participants here in Zoom as it appears in the list, taking screenshots and recording of the activity. If you do not wish to be included in the documentation process, please inform us immediately through our chat box or email us at rbco@dnr.gov.ph or giz-philippinen@giz.de. All right? This National River Basin Summit 2022 is being conducted through a hybrid format. So we have 3 physical venues, one here in Quezon City, one in Kabangkalan City in Negros, and another one in Tagum City in Davao, joining together with the remote participants from different parts of the Philippines. We're using Zoom as our main virtual platform, and we also have a mural virtual whiteboard accessible to everyone for a more interactive event. Just a reminder for our Zoom participants to keep our discussions in order. Please keep your cameras and microphones turned off. Only speakers and moderators will be allowed to speak. You may just use our chat box and the mural virtual board for your comments and reactions. So nakita naman natin, no, napakadami nating participants and napakaraming gumagamit ng ating chat box. So keep using it lang po for your comments and reactions. All right? Before anything else, we would like to acknowledge the following in making this event possible. Firstly, the DNR River Basin Control Office, E2RB project through the support of the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection of the Federal Republic of Germany through the International Climate Initiative. We would also like to thank the organizations contributing to the event, the DNR Climate Change Service, National Water Resources Board, USAID Safe Water Project, Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council, and Pampanga River Basin Management Committee. So maraming salamat po. All right. So welcome to our second topic presentation. So firstly, I would like to introduce our presenter. Hindi na natin patatagalin pa. So our resource speaker is the OIC Director of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Climate Change Service or CCS, and the concurrent director of the DNR Gender and Development Office. She heads the Technical Secretariat to the DNR Secretary as chairperson to the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation, Mitigation, and Disaster Risk Reduction, and the Secretariat to the Philippines Task Force Build Back Better. Now, to discuss our topic on Build Back Better Task Force updates and initiatives in Cagayan, Marikina, and Bicol River Basins, we'll be having a pre-recorded presentation from Director Elenida Del Rosario Basug. So let's roll VTR.
Build Back Better Task Force updates initiatives for the Cagayan, Marikina, and Bicol River Basins. And as I do that, I'd like to discuss first the Executive Order number 120 that has been issued in November 18, 2020. What are its objectives? What are its functions? What is the composition of the Task Force Build Back Better? Second, I'd like to describe the whole of government approach of the Task Force Build Back Better. And then, what are the task force accomplishments since its inception in 2021? And finally, what are other updates? As we know, Executive Order number 120 has been issued by President Rodrigo Duterte, dated November 18, 2020, and it is entitled, intended to establish the Task Force Build Back Better, tasked to expedite, lead, and the implementation and monitor post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation efforts of the national government in typhoon-affected areas. And to start with the typhoons, Rolly and Ulysses, that have affected some sites in the country. For a more strategic response then to areas hardly hit by typhoons Rolly and Ulysses, the Task Force Build Back Better was established, composed of 26 member agencies in the country. And this task force is composed of 26 member agencies. The chair of the task force is the DNR Secretary, and the co-chairperson to the task force is the Department of Public Works and Highways Secretary. What are the functions of the Task Force Build Back Better under the Executive Order 120? First, it shall serve as the overall and central body to ensure whole of government implementation and monitoring of post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation efforts of the national government in typhoon-affected areas, taking into consideration the rehabilitation and recovery planning guide. Second, it is tasked to expedite and lead the preparation, implementation, and monitoring of a post-disaster rehabilitation and recovery program for typhoon-affected areas aligned with the rehabilitation and recovery planning guide. Third, the task force is tasked to ensure availability and adequacy of key lifelines, and this could include basic needs, medical services, electricity, water, telecommunication, and transportation that can be mobilized immediately after the typhoon. Fourth, it is likewise a function of the task force to rebuild or repair houses to be more resilient to hazards and build safer sites for housing under the township approach. Fifth, the task force is also mandated to restore and, if possible, strengthen or expand economic activities in typhoon-hit areas in close partnership with other relevant government agencies. Another function of the task force is with the DPWH, it is tasked to lead, ensure disaster and climate change resilient infrastructure in the areas affected by the typhoons. Next, it is likewise mandated to create committees or technical working groups based on identified needs and desired outcomes and call on other government agencies, LGUs, and partner stakeholders to participate therein. Likewise, the task force is mandated to strengthen the institutional knowledge and expertise of LGUs on disaster recovery and rehabilitation. Further, the task force is tasked to formulate protocols, specific timelines, and undertake activities necessary to carry out the objectives under this order. And finally, the task force is mandated to perform such other functions as may be directed by the President or the Executive Secretary. There are 6 key result areas whereby working groups have likewise been created to ensure implementation under the Task Force Build Back Better. And these include a KRA1 working group that is chaired by the DPWH on better and resilient infrastructures. And under that working group, concerns to repair and rehabilitate damaged infrastructure, flood management program, dredging and desilting are some of the concerns under the KRA1. The second KRA2 is led by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. It is focused on stronger shelter and resilient settlement. Under this KRA2, talks are done on the provision of financial assistance to affected households, relocation of poor households exposed to climate change related hazards, and even construction of safe evacuation facilities. The third KRA working group is on improved systems and essential services, and this is chaired by the Office of Civil Defense. Concerns under this KRA would be lifelines such as roadways, pipelines, power lines, sewers, communication, and port facilities, basic needs such as food, water, clothing and shelter, sanitation, education, and healthcare. Our fourth KRA working group is on restored sustainable livelihood. And this would dwell on, and this is being chaired by the Department of Trade and Industry, and it would dwell on concerns like community-based enterprise development, in agroforestry and ecotourism, climate resilient agriculture and fisheries, cottage-based industries. The fifth KRA working group is on strengthened governance through broad-based citizen input, and this is being chaired by the Department of Interior and Local Government. Under this KRA working group, talks could be on improved land use planning and enforcement of building codes among them. And finally, the KRA Working Group 6 is being chaired by the DNR. It is focusing on intensified environment and natural resources management. And under this KRA, talks can be on intensifying management of environment and natural resources by assessing, evaluating extent of damages as to ecosystem and community stability, integrity, biodiversity, ecosystem health, and the need to recommend applicable rehabilitation, protection, and conservation measures, including management efforts and other natural resource use activities to ensure that all environmental laws and government regulations are properly implemented and that the resources will remain usable for present and future generations. And with all of those 6 KRA working groups, we see here on the screen, the second column is the lead agency with their logos. And then the third column would include our member agencies to various KRA working groups. So for instance, in Intensified Environment and Natural Resources Management Working Group, or KRA 6, we could have as members there DILG, NEDA, DPWH, NHA, DSUD, LRA, NIA, DOST, DBM among them. Okay, so when the executive order was released, the first priority geographical focus had been those areas heavily affected by typhoons Rolly and Ulysses. And those included Cagayan River Basin, Marikina River Basin, and the Bicol River Basin. Here, I now discuss what had been some of the good stories from what we call Task Force Build Back Better 1. I say a Task Force Build Back Better 1 because later we will see that there's a Task Force Build Back Better 2 that included areas that had been harder hit by another typhoon. That was Typhoon Odette in December of 2021. So on February 17, 2021, Phase 1 of dredging in the Marikina River was launched, and this included the removal of choke points at the Olandes Sewage Treatment Plant, BFCT, and SM Marikina. Under that initiative, 17 pieces of equipment consisting of 1 amphibious excavator, 1 loader, 2 backhoes, 1 boom truck, and 12 dump trucks were deployed by the DPWH for the Phase 1 of the program. And to assist the dredging efforts, likewise, the Armed Forces of the Philippines deployed a backhoe and a loader, including 5 dump trucks and 7 operators, drivers. So for KRA2, demonstrating whole of government assistance as a story from the Task Force Build Back Better 1, we see here that in November 15 of 2021, 22 groundbreaking ceremony for 7-hectare resettlement site in Barangay San Roque, Cagayan had been done. Likewise, we see on the screen Tobacco Housing Project Phase 1 with 966 units in Barangay San Vicente, Tabaco City, Albay. As a whole of government demonstration for KRA 3, we see here electric distribution lines restored in Bicol, transportation of basic necessities to typhoon-affected areas had been done, and contingency plan training had been undertaken for selected government agencies. In terms of the KRA3 also, we see here on the screen completion of post-disaster needs assessment, or what they call a PDNA report on typhoons Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses had been done for Cagayan Valley, Calabarzon region, Mimaropa, and Bicol region. In terms of KRA4, or the Restored Sustainable Livelihood KRA, we see here goal of whole of government assistance in terms of the distribution of livelihood kits, in terms of a backyard tilapia project, in terms of pangkabuhayan at sa pagbabangon at ginhawa project, in terms of the livelihood seeding project with the negosyo serbisyo sa barangay. Another whole of government assistance demonstration for KRA 5 would be exemplified here, where we would be having a number of capacity building programs with our respective government agencies. Still another expression of whole of government assistance for KRA 6 would be our planting here, greening initiatives from Boy Scouts and from other sectors. When greening activities had been done in Malanday, Marikina City, in San Andres, Catanduanes, in Camaligan, Camarines Sur, in Bayambong, Nueva Vizcaya, and even in Solana, Cagayan. What had been the accomplishments and updates since the inception of the Task Force Build Back Better in November 2020 up till today? In Cagayan River Basin, this is really the largest river basin in the country. And the issues facing the Cagayan River Basin include watershed degradation, high variability of water supply, fish kill incidents, and declining productivity of commercial fisheries, including susceptibility to landslide and flooding. There had been damages sustained in Region 2 due to typhoons Rolly and Ulysses, and this included damages to infrastructure and agriculture, displacement of families in flood-prone areas, disruption of essential service, rain-induced landslides, and limited water supply in some barangays in Cagayan and Isabela due to flooding. We see here volumes of cubic meters taken out from the area that giving rise to the dredging in Magapit Narrows completed for its phase 1. In terms of the accomplishments in the Cagayan River Basin, one of the immediate plans of the DPWH for the Cagayan River Basin is to dredge the Magapit Narrows, which is a constriction point in the midstream portion of the 500-kilometer Cagayan River. The DPWH has recommended the dredging of sandbars in the area as this significantly hindered the flow of flood water to the Apari Delta and finally to the Babuyan Channel. Despite rainy season and the logistical hurdles posed by the coronavirus pandemic, the Task Force Build Back Better was able to complete the dredging of the sandbar in Bangag, Lalo, Cagayan, extracting a total volume of 515,000 cubic meters, which is beyond the initial target volume. Convergence efforts of the DPWH dredgers, dump trucks, loaders, and the AFP augmentation equipment of bulldozers ensured the fast tracking of the completion of this endeavor. That is why no less than Governor Mamba of Cagayan has expressed that nagpapasalamat siya sa ating Executive Order 120 because this will jumpstart a medium and long-term plan for the Cagayan River. A holistic approach, he says, on dredging, forest preservation, and forest restoration. And he said that we are on the right path and we're starting right po. There had also been some good stories from DFBB1 with the onslaught of the severe tropical storm Maring in October of 2021. During the occurrence of this severe tropical storm, only localized floods were reported in Cagayan as a result of the overflowing of the lakes and rivers that drain into Cagayan River. Despite the massive flooding in different locations, the Cagayan River did not overflow and did not reach its maximum capacity. On October 12, 2021, the water level of the Magapit Narrows is 4.67 meters, which is under the normal level. Its normal water level, it was reported during the onset of severe tropical storm Maring, was associated with the initiatives earlier to widen the Cagayan River. And these are the other updates on dredging. Already this figure of 118,000 cubic meters had been dredged from the site in Barangay Dumum, Gataran, Cagayan, or equivalent to 12.20% of the target volume of 970,962 cubic meters. And the DPWH has likewise procured geotubes, and you see them at the lower portion of the picture for the installation in the dredging site in Bangag, Lalo, Cagayan. And this number of cubic meters, 232,400 cubic meters had been dredged in the navigation channel between segments 1 and 2 in Apari, Cagayan by 2 private dredgers, and these are the Riverfront Construction Incorporated and the Great River North Consortium. You see here on the screen the status of Emergency Housing Assistance Program, and of the 1,037 affected families targeted under the Emergency Housing Assistance Program, a total of 595 beneficiaries in Cagayan, from Amulong, Enrile, Bagao, and Isabela, Ilagan City, Santa Maria, and from Nueva Vizcaya, the towns of Quezon and Baguio, affected by Typhoon Ulysses were provided with assistance amounting to close to 4 million pesos under the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. In terms of the key result area 3 on improved systems and essential service, 76 instruments such as water level monitoring systems, automatic rain gauges, automated weather stations, and rain gauges have been repaired and maintained. To provide enhanced disaster response, operations, and timely and adequate early recovery assistance, food and non-food items are now prepositioned in the warehouses of Office of Civil Defense and DSWD, while health-related logistics are prepositioned at the DOH warehouse. For KRA4, that is being led by the DTI, 100 supported under the livelihood seeding program had been negosyo serbisyo sa barangay, where 1,163 barangays were provided with 884 livelihood kits. And then through the Bayanihan Cares program, 1,755 loans amounting to 362,000 pesos were approved. And to institutionalize the bamboo development program, 36 buy-in bamboo ordinances were facilitated to LGUs. In terms of the KRA4 or on the in terms of KRA5 on strengthened governance through broad-based citizen input, 3 LGUs were assisted in the formulation of their comprehensive development plan. 10 LGUs were assisted in the drafting of local climate change action plan, and 7 LGUs were assisted in the drafting of local disaster risk reduction and management plan. To include information, education, communication campaigns on hazards and risks to communities in the local development plans, 46 barangays were assisted, and to address informal settlers along danger areas, 29 local government units were with functional local housing boards were provided assistance. For KRA6, that is led by the DNR, a total of 119,340 bamboo planting materials were planted, covering 585 hectares along the stretches of Cagayan River, Sinundugan River, Dumong River, Abulug River, Pamplona River, and Kabikungan River. As part of the soil and water conservation measures in the region, a 327-meter gabion and 258-meter trip prop in Barangay Bagao has been constructed. 2 storage tanks in Villamor, Cabarogis, Quirino were also completed. In here, we see the Marikina River Basin. It is almost half of the river basin, and located in the eastern part of the basin is the Upper Marikina Watershed Protected Landscape. And the rest of the basin is mostly private lands and can only be called the Lower Marikina Watershed. What are the issues in this Marikina River Basin? They include the rapid urban development and increase in population, inadequate flood control structures, improper land uses, zoning, encroachment of streams and water easement, and typhoons Rolly and Ulysses affected the areas within Marikina River Basin, particularly NCR and the provinces of Bulacan and Rizal, mainly due to flooding. In this screen, we see that Phase 1 of Marikina River Basin dredging in the 3 priority sites were already completed, particularly the removal of choke points at the Olandes Sewage Treatment Plant, DFCP, and SM Marikina. 17 pieces of equipment consisting of 1 amphibious excavator, 1 loader, 2 backhoes, 1 boom truck, and 12 dump trucks were also deployed by the DPWH in its Phase 1. And to assist the dredging efforts, the AFP deployed a backhoe and loader, including 5 dump trucks and 7 operator drivers. DPWH likewise reported that for the completed Phase 1, a total of 67,425 cubic meters, or equivalent to 27 Olympic-sized swimming pools, have been dredged from the 3 sites, and it recovered some 20 to 30 meters of Marikina River's width, resulting in its widening from 70 meters to 90 to 100 meters and an additional depth of 2 meters. The river's flow rate has significantly increased to 3 meters per second from 2.3 meters per second before the dredging operations in February 2021. its current flow rate is now close to its ideal flow rate of 4 meters per second. On July 21, 2021, at the turnover ceremony of Phase 1 dredging of Marikina River, an inspection that was held at the Olandes site in Marikina City, key officials present in the event included the DNR Secretary, DPW's Undersecretary, and Mayor Marcelino Teodoro. During this ceremony, Mayor Teodoro informed the group that before the dredging operations, heavy rains would cause immediate flooding in some areas. During his inspection of the Marikina River, after the dredging,
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So we encountered some technical difficulties on the host end. So relax po muna tayo for a few minutes. Maybe you can have a coffee break, CR, then freshen up. And i-rewind po namin ng kaunti yung loop. So, kung saan po. Maraming salamat po.
2 minutes. We will type in 2 minutes.
All right. Again, we do apologize for some technical difficulties. So please bear with us po. So we're just fixing some things here sa amin pong venue. So mukhang okay naman na. We'll just rewind for a few minutes yung atin pong video so we may continue. Maraming salamat po.
Torrential rains brought about by tropical cyclone.
Okay, so we will now be starting po. So let us settle down and we'll continue na po with Director Pasok's presentation. Thank you.
Okay. As such, we hear here Mayor Marcelino Marcy Teodoro of Marikina City saying, nakita po natin ang ating ilog ay mas naging malapad na siya. Dati po, pag ganitong malakas na po ang ulan, may mga binabahang lugar na sa amin. Pero ngayon po, panatag pa rin ang aming mga tao rito. Salamat po ng marami because the area did not experience floods in the July 2021 Typhoon Fabian. Okay. In here, we see that we see the updates on dredging in Marikina River Basin. Phase 1 covers the removal of identified encroachments in the 3 dredging sites. It is worth mentioning that the then PFBB chair promised Mayor Marcy to complete phase 1 of the project in 7 months. The project, however, was completed in 2 months ahead of the deadline. The second phase of the project consisted of 2 segments. Segment 1 involves the removal of identified encroachments along the stretch of Marikina River, covering parts of Barangay Santolan and Barangay Ugong in Pasig. However, on October 11, 2021, the DPWH Unified Project Monitoring Office and Flood Control Management Group informed the DPWH NCR that the PMRCIP Phase 4 project will commence and they will take charge of dredging site in Barangay Santolan in Pasig City. As such, the DPWH NCR transferred to Segment 2 in Barangay Canyogan, also in Pasig City. And our table here shows the percentage accomplished for the dredging in Barangay Canyogan as of December 2021. Okay. As of this January 28, 2022, the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority or the MMDA reported that the dredging or channeling in Pasig City side of the Marikina River is 53% completed and the target date for completion is on May 20, 2022. And based on the annual report of the Marikina River Basin for 2021, 10 planting activities of bamboo and forest species were conducted within priority areas located inside the lower Marikina watershed. A total of 4,305 planting materials were planted, covering a total of 4,950 meters. The river basin within the province of Rizal also saw the planting of 163,000 bamboo planting materials produced and planting along the 100-kilometer of riverbanks or 801 hectares by November 11. The construction of the check bands was likewise completed at 101% or 3,544 per 3,500 cubic meters, while the construction of gabions met a 40% completion rate. In Bicol River Basin, it has a total land area of 317 hectares and covers the provinces of Albay, Camarines Sur, and Camarines Norte. It is exposed to different geologic and meteorological hazards, and flooding is the most pervasive hydrologic hazard that threatens the entire Bicol Plain, further constrained by other issues such as reduction in forest cover, declining fish catch in the lakes and rivers, and saline water solution into the Bicol River, and deteriorated irrigation systems had been what are the issues at hand. Still on further updates on the dredging in the Bicol River Basin, the DPWH focused on the dredging of the Bicol River, particularly in Barangay San Roque in Camaligan, Camarines Sur, and this served as the pilot site for the dredging of the Bicol River Basin. A total of 60,806 cubic meters of spoils were already removed from the Bicol River, and 705,300 cubic meters of spoils dredged from rivers around Mount Mayon as of December 2021. The next site of the dredging will be in Barangay San Francisco, Camaligan, Camarines Sur, with an estimated volume of 44,199 cubic meters. In terms of the resettlement plan for Bicol, one of the major activities being undertaken by the DSUD and NHA is, with the support of other agencies, would be the resettlement plan for Bicol. Ongoing construction is being undertaken for the housing and resettlement project in 3 municipalities of Albay to cover approximately 2,594 houses and lot units. And then aside from the training and capacity building, the local government units were undertaken by Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, particularly on the following: training on the preparation of technical assistance for the review and approval process of comprehensive land use, zoning ordinances and provincial physical framework plan, training on geographic information system, training on climate disaster risk assessment, and one technical assistance on the topics related to environmental, land use, and urban planning and development. Under the KRA 6, updates had been the hiring of forest protection officers, survey assessment of river easement to a total of 159 kilometers along Bicol and Libmanan Pulantuna River, planting of 580,000 bamboo camps to a total of 1,496 hectares, and construction by way of 7,222 cubic meters of gabions, gabion check dams and check dams in the priority areas. Above map shows the locations of the constructed structural measures within the Bicol River Basin and Catanduanes province. What are the other updates? In January of this year, Secretary Simatu issued a DNR special order instituting the mechanism in the DNR for the disaster response and post-disaster rehabilitation and recovery after typhoons, and the creation of DNR Regional Build Back Better Task Forces, consistent with Executive Order 120. The idea was to be able to ensure timely and effective response during typhoons and for sustained and integrated post-disaster rehabilitation and recovery efforts. DNR Regional Build Back Better Task Forces are hereby created. And therefore, for the 6 harder hit regions that included Caraga, Region 6, Region 7, Region 10, and Mimaropa, Regional Task Force Build Back Better chairs in the persons of regional executive directors have already been designated. All DNR regional offices are further directed to organize and convene regional Build Back Better task forces in the respective regions, and the regional task force Build Back Better shall be headed by a regional executive director. The functions of this regional task force Build Back Better include the following: convening in coordination with regional line agencies designated as heads and members of each of the 6 key result area as may be applicable. Next is the identification of rehabilitation and recovery measures in typhoon-affected areas within the region and respective priority areas. And third, as a function of the Regional Task Force Build Back Better is the formulation of the KRA implementation plans, budgetary requirement, and funding proposal for the areas in the respective regions which were heavily affected by the disasters and as are aligned with the post-disaster needs assessment and rehabilitation and recovery planning guide. Likewise, the Regional Task Force Build Back Better is mandated to monitor the activities and accomplishments in the respective key result areas to identify concerns and challenges and required actions to address them. Likewise, the Regional Task Force Build Back Better is mandated to submit quarterly and year-end reports, including recommendations on the respective regions, to the TFBBB chairperson and DNR secretary through the Regional Task Force Build Back Better Secretariat. Okay, so I guess those are everything that I wanted to share this time given my limited time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. May I know if my audio is clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sound check. All right. So again, thank you very much po, Director Basug. So, ayan, nagkaroon pala ulit tayo ng technical difficulty. So, I'll just repeat what I said. So again, thank you, Director Basug. It is really good to hear the good stories and initiatives of our people relative to our Build Back Better. This really proves our resiliency as a country, and this is a proof that we can always restore sustainability and that there is strength in our governance through active participation of our citizens. It also proves that we learn from challenges and use these experiences in crafting policies and programs for the welfare of Filipinos. The topic really speaks for itself, no? The Build Back Better. All right, so if you have questions and reactions, please put them in our chat box. And later on, the representative of Director Basug will answer your queries. Okay? So just like in our first session, we will now proceed with the reactions from our panelists. And I'd like to introduce first our first reactor. So our first panelist is the Provincial Planning and Development Coordinator of the Provincial Government of Isabela. He formulates, integrated development plans and policies, and monitors and evaluates implementation of different development programs. He is also a licensed environmental planner. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Attorney Eduardo R. Cabantac. Attorney, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. May I know if my audio is clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Maraming salamat. Kindly allow us also to share our screen.
Yes, sir. Go ahead po.
Okay. Okay, magandang hapon ulit sa atin lahat. On behalf of Isabela Governor Rodolfo T. Albano III, the chairperson of the Regional Development Council of the Cagayan Valley Region, we would like to thank the DNR, River Basin Control Office, for inviting us to this very important event. Let me first share with you the initiatives of the region, apart from the initiatives of the task force to mitigate the impact of the November 2020 flooding and to help restore and protect the Cagayan River Basin. In December of 2020, the Regional Development Council of Region 2 endorsed the Cagayan Valley Flood Mitigation and Rehabilitation Program, which contains various structural, vegetative, and institutional measures to mitigate the magnitude of flooding and its impact in the region, and to sustainably manage the Cagayan River Basin. In February 2021, the Cagayan Valley Regional Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Committee also endorsed the Cagayan Valley Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan for the 2020 flooding. The Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan used the principle of Build Back Better for the socio-economic recovery of the affected areas. The plan also identified the total investment requirement of around 136 billion to implement the set of rehabilitation and recovery interventions. Now, as far as our regional Build Back Better Task Force, during the first anniversary of the Cagayan River Restoration Project last February 2 of this year, the task force signed a memorandum of agreement to sustain the whole of government approach to rehabilitate Cagayan River Basin. In addition to what was presented by Director Basug, let me share with you the major accomplishments of the task force under the 6 key result areas for the restoration and protection of the Cagayan River Basin. On KRA 1, better and resilient infrastructure, aside from the completion of the dredging operations in the Magapit Naros in Lalo, Cagayan in July 2021, Dredging will also be conducted in Dumon and Kasikalan Norte in Gataran, Cagayan. These were and will be undertaken by the DPWH by administration scheme. On KRA2, stronger shelter and resilient settlements, 5 resettlement projects will be implemented by the National Housing Authority. Project sites identified include Barangay Awalan in Baggao, Cagayan, the municipality of Amulong, Cagayan, Enrile, Cagayan, Barangay Buliwao of Quezon, Nueva Vizcaya, and Barangay San Pugo, Nagtipunan in the province of Quirino. On KRA3, improved systems and essential services. The system of Project Odyssey, or optimization of decision support system for effective e-governance, is now operational at the LGU of Kawayan City, Isabela. 8 incident command system and emergency operations center trainings, as well as contingency plan trainings for local government units and member agencies of the Regional Disaster Risk Reduction Management Committee were conducted. On key result area 4, restored sustainable livelihood. Livelihood assistance grants were given to 11,405 low-income families. To assist micro-enterprises and cooperatives, 163 barangays were given 884 livelihood kits under the livelihood seeding program Negosyo Serbisyo sa Barangay. Loans amounting to 362.7 million were approved to assist small, medium enterprises and cooperatives under the Bayanihan Cares Program. On KRA 5, strengthen governance through broad-based citizen input. On mainstreaming DRR and CCA, or disaster risk reduction or climate change adaptation in local development plans, the following were accomplished. Comprehensive development plans of 14 local government units were reviewed. 3 local government units were assisted in formulating their comprehensive development plans, integrating disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation components. 10 local government units were assisted in drafting their local climate change action plans, and 7 local government units were assisted in drafting their local disaster risk reduction and management plan. On KRA 6, intensified watershed management, about 119,340 bamboo propagules and suitable species were planted in a 585 hectares along the river banks. Potential bamboo plantation sites were also identified, covering the provinces of Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, and Quirino. The inventory of titled lots along the river banks, which were affected by typhoons, already commenced to cover 9,928 lots or 3,081 hectares. Targets for the landscape and wildlife indicator or Lawin patrol system were also surpassed at 153% accomplishment rate. Under soil and water conservation measures, completed projects include the Gabion riprap in Barangay Baggao, Cagayan, as well as the construction of storage tank and intake check dam in San Guillermo, Isabela, and Villamor, Cabarugis, Quirino. What are our ways forward? For calendar 2022, the task force targets to accomplish the following. Expand bamboo plantation establishment to cover additional 346 hectares. Conduct maintenance and protection activities in the established 585 hectares bamboo plantation in Cagayan in partnership with 14 local government units. Hire additional forest protection officers to patrol local conservation areas. construct mixed boulders and concrete check dams in Libertad, San Mariano, Isabela, install gabions in Wangag Forest Reserve, Puyot Spring National Park, and in Libertad, San Mariano, Isabela, Quirino Protected Landscape, and Dupax Watershed Forest Reserve in Nueva Vizcaya, and the conduct of information, education, and communication activities in 9,928 lots located at the 1,580-kilometer easement of the Cagayan River. And having said that, we would like to thank our partners and stakeholders at the regional and local level for their support to rehabilitate, protect, and sustainably manage the Cagayan River Basin. We will continue to implement critical programs and projects needed to restore and sustain the river basin and help the region recover and ensure safe, adaptive, and resilient communities for all. Thank you, and we wish everyone a productive summit.
All right, thank you so much po, Attorney Cabantac. Grabe no, there are even more accomplishments pala pagdating sa ating regions. We can see that with all the convergence of various government agencies and yung mga initiatives, we can really build everything back better. We are also looking forward, sir, dun po sa mga nabanggit niyong mga ways forward, like yung mga expansion, construction, hiring, IEC, and most especially the continued implementation of your activities sa inyong area. So again, thank you very much po, Attorney Cabantac. All right, so moving forward with our next panelist, our next reactor is currently the Regional Director of the National Economic and Development Authority of Bicol Region. She has attended various trainings and conferences here and abroad on economic and development planning, migration and development, urban and regional development, public-private partnership, resources management, disaster risk reduction and management. So ayun, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Regional Director Agnes E. Tolentino. Sa mga kakalikasang hapon po, Director Agnes.
Magandang hapon din at magandang hapon po sa lahat na nag-a-attend ngayon ng ating National Summit. Can somebody share my slide, please?
For a while lang po, ma'am. Thank you so much po.
Okay, so while waiting for my slide, of course, I'd like to thank Director Basil for presenting the updates and initiatives of the Task Force Build Back Better. And I also would like to acknowledge and give credit to the leadership of Regional Executive Director Toto Milia of the ENR Bicol and to all the members of the Task Force in the region for the accomplishment for the Bicol River Basin.
Hello po, ma'am. We are sorry po, pero it looks like we don't have a copy of your presentation po, ma'am.
Okay, so, okay, let me do that then.
Thank you so much po.
We just said, just give me a few minutes. Okay. Okay, I think you see the slides now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much po.
Okay, so let me move on to my second slide then. We had the Executive Order number 120 as earlier presented by Director Basu. And this created a task force, Build Back Better, that promotes the whole of government approach for rehabilitation and recovery. And as you said, it focused and strengthened the framework on post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation in typhoon hit areas. But prior to the issuance of the Executive Order number 120, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council is the highest policy-making body on disaster management that sets to adopt a disaster risk reduction and management approach that is holistic, comprehensive, integrated, and proactive in lessening the socioeconomic impact and environmental impacts of disaster. And under the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Act, there are actually 4 thematic areas. And this includes, first is the disaster prevention and mitigation. Second is the disaster preparedness. Third is disaster response. And fourth is disaster rehabilitation and recovery. My office, the National Economic and Development Authority, is serving as the vice chairperson for rehabilitation and recovery. So with the issuance of Executive Order 120, an additional structure, which is the Task Force Build Back Better, has been created to provide more focus on rehabilitation and recovery. It further strengthened the framework on post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation phase in typhoon hit areas. Okay. So in the Bicol region, let me just share some of the initiatives that we have undertaken, especially under the Regional Development Council. So the initiative addresses the development and management of the Bicol River Basin. We have an initiative to adopt a disaster risk reduction and management approach for the Bicol River Basin through the creation of the Bicol River Basin Management Committee. And this was done through the issuance of the Regional Development Council resolution in December 2012. So it has been a while, though the committee became inactive for some time, but this has been reactivated a few years back. So what are the functions of this committee? Number one, it is supposed to, or it is to formulate a Bicol River strategic management plan. Second is to review and monitor the strategic action plans of the local government units, especially those surrounding the Bicol River Basin. Third is to facilitate the implementation of the management strategies and action plans and resolve implementation issues. Fourth is to coordinate the implementation of activities between the different agencies and the local government units. And lastly is to enhance the capacity of stakeholders in promoting good practices for the river basin and watershed management. Thus, with the Task Force Build Back Better, which focuses on river basin as well, we now see that these 2 committees and the committee and the task force, in fact, have complementary functions. So now we're finding common ground on how to integrate these 2 bodies, the task force and the Bicol River Basin Management Committee under the RDC, and to have more effective organization, as the approach is not only towards rehabilitation and recovery, but more importantly on management before crisis happens. So one of the major accomplishments of the Bicol River Basin Management Committee is the formulation of the 2015 Bicol River Basin Management and Development Master Plan. And this was updated by DENR as of last year. On January 2019, the Bicol River Basin Management Committee reconvened with the chairperson of the Technical Board of the National Land Use Committee and the Technical Management Group for Rehabilitation and Recovery of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council as the presiding chair. So the highlight of that meeting is to adopt a holistic approach rather than fragmented solutions on the flooding in the Bicol River Basin area. So as mentioned earlier by Director Basu, the major issue in the Bicol River Basin is really the flooding for these areas. So as mentioned earlier, the Bicol is one of the first 3 priority geographical focus areas because there is an average of about 5 tropical cyclones that hit Bicol region out of the about 20 tropical cyclones in a year. So because of this, Bicol experienced setbacks in terms of economic losses and even lost lives. Specifically, we appreciate the inclusion of Bicol River Basin because the Bicol River Basin area has significant contribution to the development of the region. The area has abundant resources and ecological endowments. However, challenges need to be addressed, such as flooding, pollution, saltwater intrusion from San Miguel Bay, the sedimentation of the Bicol River and its tributaries, as well as the reduction of its forest cover. Among these challenges, flooding and its immediate causes need to be addressed in a holistic and comprehensive manner by taking into consideration the interaction of various factors and processes. So based on the presentations earlier done by Director Basul, I noted some highlights or best practices in other regions that we can adopt in the Bicol region, like those interventions on the following key result areas, like in KRA3 on improved system and essential services, on KRA4 on restored sustainable livelihood, and KRA5 on strengthened governance through broad-based citizen input, where NEDA is also a member. So there were accomplishments, although not mentioned in the presentation, which I would like to share just the same. And these are on the following. So under the KRA3, to ensure availability and adequacy of key lifelines, the accomplishments include the clearing of roadways and port facilities, restoration of water distribution lines, power and communication lines, and the repair and rehabilitation of 9 water districts in the region. Under KRA4, the support to micro, small, and medium enterprises livelihood seeding program, the Negosyo Serbisyo sa Barangay, establishment and monitoring of shared services facilities project, the Small Medium Enterprise Roving Academy, and approval and release of loans under Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-Asenso, COVID-19 assistance to restart enterprises. And these were all conducted under the particular KRA4. Now, under KRA5, the strengthened governance through broad-based citizen input, the technical assistance and capacity development were provided to local government units for the preparation of local climate change action plan, disaster risk reduction and management planning and contingency planning, training on trainers of the climate disaster risk assessment team, and the training on GIS, SIDRA, and LCCAP formulation. So those were the additional accomplishments under the different KRTs. On the other accomplishments in the region in relation to rehabilitation and recovery, the NEDA, in line with its mandate as Vice Chair for Disaster Rehabilitation and Recovery of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, formulated the Rehabilitation and Recovery Planning Guide, which provides the direction in the development of rehabilitation and recovery framework, the planning process and structure, institutional arrangements for plan coordination, implementation mechanisms, and the monitoring and evaluation arrangements. So the planning guide is based on lessons learned from earlier disasters and on global good practices on disaster rehabilitation and recovery. And this was subjected to a series of consultations and roundtable discussions with selected government agencies and key stakeholders from civil society organizations, non-government organizations, as well as development partners to confirm the roles in the rehabilitation process, and to solicit comments and recommendations on the document. The guide was approved by NDRRMC on March 2019. NEDA also developed a workbook for the local government units as supplementary document to the planning guide. It doubles as the reference material with key concepts in disaster rehabilitation and recovery and worksheets that should be accomplished by the local government units. The planning guide and the workbook can be used as a tool on integrated ecosystem management of river basins for water security and community resilience. There are also available research-based plans and policies that were formulated just recently that can guide the agencies in pursuing our recovery goal and reducing disaster risks. So these plans already provide a set of efficient, cohesive, and urgent solutions to cushion and mitigate long-term effects of the calamities. So these plans, as I said, would include the rehabilitation and recovery plans for tropical cyclones Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses, which was formulated by the RDRRMC. And we also have the Bicol River Basin Master Plan formulated by the Bicol River Basin Management Committee, which highlights the various strategies and project packages and activities. So these plans, if implemented, will ensure the continuity of the Build Back Better task force efforts. The Integrated Bicol River Basin Management and Development Master Plan was endorsed by the Regional Development Council on in March 2015 through the issuance of RDC Resolution number 13 series of 2015. So the total budget requirement of the plan is about 31.3 billion to be implemented by the different national government agencies as well as the local government units within the basin. For year 1 to 5, the investment is estimated to about 28% of the total cost of the 31.2 billion, while the remaining 6 to 10 years would be for the 45% of the 31.3 billion, and the remaining 5 years would be for the 27% of the remaining required budget. So there are 3 components for this plan. The first component is on the programs that will enhance the resilience of ecosystems and communities. The second would be to promote investments in production areas to meet the demands for ecosystems, goods, and services. And the third component will be on strengthening governance of the river basin itself. While speaking about the budgetary requirements,
31 billion on the budget, aton 42
for the IBRM DMP,
42 billion, and that 31 lang.
Okay, among the agencies involved, the local government units has the highest proposed investment with a total of about 30.77%. So that's what you see that on the graph, the blue bar there, followed by the National Irrigation Authority with about 29%, and the Department of Public Works and Highways with 14.71%, that's a gray bar, and the Department of Agriculture has about 11.17%, while DENR has only 6.11%. Okay. So that's talking about the budgetary requirements. Now, what could be further done or that we could do to improve the collaboration and to strengthen the whole of government approach? Would like to look at the following recommendations for consideration. So the task force Build Back Better in Region 5 can adopt the Integrated Bicol River Basin Master Plan as guide in identifying the programs, activities, projects, and other interventions needed to effectively undertake its mandate. However, we are recommending to increase the proposed budgetary requirements, as you've seen earlier, particularly for DPWH Region 5, to increase the investment requirement for infrastructure projects in the master plan. So the RDC for the Bicol region also formulated the rehabilitation and recovery plans for tropical cyclones Quintaroli and Ulysses. This can be considered in formulating measures rather than preparing actions on the initial stage. Lastly, we are suggesting for concerned local government units to use the rehabilitation and recovery planning guide and workbook to strengthen local planning and governance. So let me end by saying that the rehabilitation of our river basins is crucial in socioeconomic development, as this ecosystem supports our production sector, such as agriculture and fisheries, and further supports sustainable development. So thank you for your attention and good day, everyone.
All right. Maraming salamat po, Director Agnes. All right. So it is good to hear that Bicol region also has various initiatives in spearheading the formulation and review of various plans as well as the implementation of programs and projects related to our Build Back Better. So nakita pa nga namin kanina sa slide ni Director may nakalagay ready to build when it comes to their master plan. So again, Director, maraming salamat po. Right, so finally, let's hear from our last panelist for this topic, okay? So our next reactor is the Department Manager of the Resource Management and Development Department of the Laguna Lake Development Authority, or LLDA. He has been working for the government, particularly the LLDA, for more than 3 decades already. During those years, he assumed various responsibilities concerning shoreland and aquaculture management, environmental compliance of industries, and different aspects of project cycle management. He has also participated in a number of conferences, seminars, and workshops related to various aspects of natural resources conservation and environmental management, lake and watershed development and management, business enterprises, green procurement, and water security. So hindi ko na po patatagalin pa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Engineer June Paul U. Mystica. Isang makalikasang umaga po or hapon po, Engineer June.
Thank you, Mr. Randy Nunez. Maliwanag ba audio ko?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear po.
Okay. First and foremost, congratulations dun sa members at saka yung Task Force Build Back Better para sa concerted and collaboration efforts nila. However, alam natin na much work has to be done after this kasi for all we know, just a few months away lang yung probably yung next typhoon once we end this summer months. Okay. Yung mga pinakita kasi mostly is dredging. For all we know, dredging increases the carrying capacity or restore its carrying capacity. However, as development and progress takes place, the pressure on waterways and conveyance capacity is compromised. Thus, regular maintenance dredging need to be considered now and in the future and incorporated in maintaining the gains and abate flooding of the Task Force Build Back Better. Now, I would like to make a remarks on the Marikina River Basin, because it is closer to us in LLDA. Yung Marikina River Basin kasi, at peak flood flow, umaabot to ng 3,000 cubic meters per second. And primarily, yung Manggahan floodway was established to divert the peak flood flow ng Marikina River Basin. So, ang carrying capacity lang kasi ng Pasig River is around 800 cubic meters per second. During peak flood flow, mahigit 3,500 cubic meters ang pinuproduce ng Marikina River Basin. So yung the rest is diverted to Manggahan floodway, and between time and space, yung waters that fall to gets into Manggahan floodway will eventually find its way in Laguna Lake. So chances are wala nang tubig sa Marikina River Basin, pero for several months in a year, nasa Laguna Lake yung water na galing doon sa Marikina River Basin and other tributaries of Laguna Lake. So, ang ginawa ng LLDA for this, before kasi, we just use monitoring the lake level of the lake sa tinatawag na manual measurement. Ngayon, nowadays, LLDA installed 3 telemetered stations in different sites in Laguna de Bay. So at any given time, especially napaka-importante nito during rainy season or typhoon, na ma-monitor namin kung anong lake level sa Laguna Lake once yung mga waters coming from the tributary rivers ay nag-increase na or nag-flow na into Laguna Lake. Yun ang isang efforts na ginawa ng LLDA to monitor them. Ang isa pa, since LLDA is a water quality management area, because for all we know that yung volume of water is synonymous to water quality. So you might have the right volume but the wrong water quality or vice versa. So since LLDA is a water quality management area, may mga tinatawag kaming water quality management sub-basins. Ang isa dito, yung Marikina and Mangahan. Since iisa lang ang pupuntahan nila, ginawa na lang namin isa yung Marikina and Mangahan water quality management area. May naka-earmark na mga funds ang LLDA para sa mga projects to improve the water quality dito sa sub-basin na ito. Itatawag. And also, in its part, LLDA ay meron din tinatawag na National Greening Program. May dalawa kaming nursery site, isa sa Tanay Rizal at sa Calauan, Laguna, para to support the effort of the national government sa National Greening Program. At pinamimigay namin yung mga seedlings namin dito free, walang charge. Now, aside from that, lately, yung 2021, napansin na no less than Secretary Simatu yung problems of water hyacinth. As they discuss the problems or the solutions para dito sa Task Force Build Back Better, na observe nila yung proliferation ng water hyacinth. So nag-create noong 2021 yung creation ng Task Force Water Hyacinth under Resolution number 3 series of 2021. This is an interagency task force and mainly kasama dito ang DNR, DPWH at marami pang agency dito, pati MMDA and the local government units. Kasi na-observe din namin in support to this, using the satellite maps, during the peak season ng proliferation ng water hyacinth, out of the 90,000 hectares of Laguna de Bay, around 7,000 hectares ang nakocover ng water hyacinth. At within the week, it's pumupunta sa East Bay or sa West Bay. So nagiging clogged din yung mga waterways natin. And aside from that, yung water hyacinth ay nagiging vector ng mga other diseases like dengue and so on and so forth. So isang problema ito, aside from that, kaya kinakailangan ma-address din to. So nag-create as an offshoot of the Task Force Build Back Better, nag-create ng Task Force on Water Hyacinth. And marami na rin naman magiging progress ito, yung group nito sa Task Force Build Back Better, pero we recognize na marami pang dapat gawin. So in the future, ang isa namang ini-envision ng LLDA in collaboration with DNR to install 44 water quality telemetered station coupled with the weather station. This is in collaboration with DNR and the Hungarian government. Sa ngayon, nasa National Economic Development Authority na yung proposal at in the future or in the coming days or months, i-discuss na yung merits nitong project na ito. So yun lang po and maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Mystica. So, we're now ready for our open forum. But first, we'd like to call on the representative of the Climate Change Service of Director Basug we'd like to call on Miss Susan Nisperos Nool. Is she already here?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am joined by our technical people here, Jeff and Jello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So, just to introduce, Ms. Susan Nispersnool is the OI Chief of the Climate Change Mainstreaming and Integration Division of the Climate Change Service of the DNR. So, ma'am, before we start with our Q&A, we'd like to invite you for a few words reacting to the sharing of our esteemed panelists. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes,
Susan.
thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Trixie. Yeah, thank you very much for our panelists for their kind words on acknowledging the accomplishments of the task force Build Back Better. They are also members of the NEDA is very supportive of the task force Build Back Better as they were always present. They were always present during our scheduled meetings, of course. And also we thank the LLDA for their support to the initiatives of the task force. And of course, the Provincial Planning Officer of Isabela, thank you again for sharing to us additional accomplishments by the province and even by the region, including Cagayan, Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, and Quirino. And thank you for inviting us to this summit. And again, on behalf of Director Ellen Basug and Attorney Annalisa Te, our Undersecretary, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Susan. So before we proceed with the open forum, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Marian Daclan, Senior Advisor of the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in River Basis Project, which is implemented by the DNR and GIZ. So I think we received a number of questions. I'd like to invite all our panelists. I hope all your videos are on.
Miss Marian, apologies for
I have
my mistake.
I think, some of them did not specify who will answer the question, but just to encourage anybody can respond. First is, how's the safety of the dredging? Dredging was mentioned a number of times. So the task force considered the impact of dredging on the environment, and what are the safeguards that were put in place? Anybody can respond? Maybe from from Isabela province? Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The dredging activities is actually increasing the carrying capacity of our rivers. They are temporary remedies to mitigate floodings and the impact of floodings on our lands. Although pagkatapos ng mga ulan, over time, babalik at babalik pa rin yung siltation ng river. That is why yung dredging activities kailangang masamahan din ng other vegetative measures just like a number of riparian projects that would protect our embankments. Also, yung mga sabo dams para yung mga silt materials coming from the river tributaries mapigilan para pumasok doon sa Cagayan River.
Okay, thank you. So aside from dredging activities, it will be complemented with other activities like planting to ensure that all the safeguards are in place. So I think we also have a number of nature-based solutions advocates in our forum. So there's a question here. Are there nature-based solutions for retrieval of easements and riverbank stabilization other than bamboo? Anybody from the task force who can respond? Maybe, from Cagayan or NEDA, or ma'am from TCS? Okay. How
Okay,
about Ma'am Susan? Who's there? Sorry. Go ahead, please. Was that Sir June? Okay, go ahead, Sir June. You're still muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
There. Yes.
Okay. Going back dun sa dredging, there are two methods of dredging. It's either grab dredging or suction dredging. When it comes to river, we observe na karamitan ng dredging is grab dredging. But in our case, sa Laguna Lake, ang piniprefer namin is suction dredging. Kasi ang peculiarity is iba doon sa river. Kasi yung river, tuloy-tuloy lang yung flow ng water. Unlike sa Laguna Lake, andun lang yung tubig, naglalaro lang sa inside the lake. Kaya suction dredging ang piniprefer namin. And may mga aquaculture establishment sa lake na could be affected by the dredging method. And sa suction dredging kasi may tinatawag na silt screen na yun ang wala sa grab dredging. That is how you protect the organisms or yung mga aquaculture activities inside a lake. Ganun. Now, doon naman sa riverbank stabilization or other natural means, kami parang ang ginagawa namin is going back to what it is there before. Because in Laguna Lake, we observed na merong ang appropriate na species na itanim sa mga shores or riverbank ay yung tinatawag na putat. Kaya nga may pangalan o barangay sa Muntinlupa na Putatan because of that kind of species na nagtatribe doon sa area niyon long time ago. Siguro isa yon sa, aside from bamboo, tingnan natin kung ano yung mga historically endemic species doon sa area na po pwede. Para kung gusto nating i-restore at saka makita natin kung ano talagang magiging effective doon sa isang embankment ng river. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir June, for clarifying that. So we really learned something new. But please, Sir June, stay because the other question I have is about specific to Marikina River. Maybe you will be able to respond to this. So the question is, was there any, what they would like to know if there's already an outcome of the delineation and survey of the built-up areas along Marikina River, if you're familiar with it, sir. And if any land use change were observed during the survey.
I'm sorry ma'am, hindi ako familiar doon sa delineation ng Marikina River.
Okay. No
yung
problem,
land use
sir.
change,
So that is
hindi ko lang alam kung ano yung mga ng land use change doon sa area. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Anybody familiar, maybe from the audience? It's okay. I think we'll take note of those questions and maybe we could find, of course, we always invite our resource persons from, and even participants who may be familiar with the area. You may type in your response in the chat box. So, okay. It's good that Engineer June mentioned about endemic species, studying what are the, historically, what are the plants or that are already existing in the area that will be considered. So this is something that really want to advocate. We want to avoid introduction, of a species that are not in the area. Okay. So any more questions? Maybe also I'd like to invite the panelists, each of the panelists, since you're all members of the BBB task force, I'd like to ask what were your good practices that you already experienced that you would like to replicate in other areas? So let's start with the Climate Change Service Commission. Ma'am Susan.
Yes, good afternoon again. Good practices. Okay. In at the TFBBB, I observed the full uh, government approach in addressing sorry, the whole of government assistance that were provided to the hard hit areas, specifically to those three areas that were hard hit by typhoons. At kung paano po pinagalaw o gumalaw yung mga iba't ibang miyembro ng Build Back Better Task Force, despite different functions, different mandates, they were able to come up with one holistic approach para ma-address po yung mga concerns on flooding and even addressing the needs of the people, both the communities and the environment, the concerns, the issues of both the people and the environment were addressed through the TFBB task force immediately, despite the directive or the content of the EO that the task force should be for post-disaster interventions. The task force has seen the long-term strategy to address the issue on flooding in Cagayan River by focusing on the cause of flooding, and that is the sandbars constricting the water flow. What I'm saying is, through concerted efforts and with a strong leadership, we can achieve much with our vision, with our desired goals to to address the flooding in these three regions, three river basins. Yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan. Indeed, collaboration, interagency collaboration is really critical, and it's a good practice that we want to replicate in a lot of areas. So now I'd like to invite Ma'am Agnes of NEDA, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The best practice for the Bicol region, specifically where we're sitting in the KRA, in the governance, is really the participation of all the stakeholders. As we see that this is not just the concern of those in the environment sector, but we also need to look at the social aspect, no, like the providing the investments, putting into the picture the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises that are also within the communities of the Bicol River Basin, including the provision of housing, the resettlement. So we see that there is in fact an integrated development approach that we need to look at. So as we say, that this is really a holistic approach for addressing the concerns of the Bicol, as for us, it's the Bicol River Basin. So yeah, going back to the governance, we really have to capacitate all the local government units, especially because they are on the ground, so that they'd be able to address the issues immediately, without even looking at the agencies to do the thing for them, especially now that with the Mandanas ruling, that they will really have to be capacitated so that they'll be able to address the issues that comes along the way as regards the development of the Bicol River Basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Agnes. So indeed, looking at the social aspect and ensuring that we consider all our stakeholders. So again, I would like to pass on the mic to Attorney Cabantac of the Provincial Government of Isabela.
Thank you.
Inputs. Thank you.
We also advocate for stronger interagency collaboration. If you notice, if you look at Executive Order number 120, the member agencies of the task force does not include local government units. However, in the Cagayan Valley region, we were able to harness the participation and cooperation of the local government units in the task force initiatives. That is why it is crucial and it is important that the local government units, especially the provincial governments who have the resources and who have also a little technical capabilities more than the municipal governments must really be included in all these initiatives, especially sa ating mga regions na marami ang mga member provinces sa isang region. In the light of the Mandanas ruling, where relatively or substantially may increase sa resources ng mga local government units, all the more that they be given a wider responsibility and participation in addressing the problems that cuts across geopolitical boundaries. Also considering the nature of the local government units as the residual responsible units in their communities, talagang it is indispensable that in all our initiatives in the region, the participation of the local government units must be harnessed.
Thank you, Attorney. And now, Sir Engineer June, maybe
Yes.
you also want to share your good
Yes.
practices.
What is good with the Task Force Build Back Better is you learn from them, they learn from you. And you are ready for the next typhoon, or you can prepare for the next typhoon, or you can mitigate the effects of the next typhoon because established na yung Task Force Build Back Better. And siguro kinakailangan continuing na lang itong ginagawang ito. Kasi alam naman natin, every year, we are barraged by typhoons and other disasters. Once in place na yung Task Force Build Back Better, ito na siguro yung group that can handle yung mga ganitong mga challenges sa government natin. Yun lang ang nakikita kong maganda dito.
Thank
Yun lang
you
po.
very
Thank you.
much. Please, our panelists, please stay there. I think we're getting more questions now. And I will read Ma'am Yolanda Gomez's question. How is gender being addressed in those KRAs and the Build Back Better Task Force? Tama-tama po, it's Women's Month.
Yes, good afternoon. May I say my point, Ma'am? Mama
Go
Marian.
ahead, Ma'am
Yeah.
Susan.
At the Build Back Better Task Force, we have a DSWD as one member of the task force. But in the Build Back Better Task Force 2, we now ensure that the gender issues and concerns will be monitored by the regional offices, as these are already part of their reporting system, or part of their report whenever we have meetings, and they have already the directive to look into this. But I am very sure that the SWD, being the agency in charge on this, not necessarily in charge on this, but all the agencies are into gender issues. They have to address also now. But specifically, the regional executive directors or the regional heads of the regional Build Back Better Task Force 2, the gender issues concerns are now to be integrated in their report. Thank you. Meaning we have established now a system. Okay,
We're happy
sige.
to hear that and gender is really integrated in all of the agencies, and we have a specific agency, a member of the task force that monitors this concern. Okay, more questions. So a lot of people are interested in dredging. Maybe one of our panelists will be able to respond. Dredging is a highly visible yet temporary solution. What happens to the material dredged? What is the assurance that it will not find its way back to the waterway or water body? Anybody would be able to respond? How about Engineer June? Sorry for...
Yes. Good afternoon again.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer.
In our case, yung Laguna Lake kasi, Ang estimate dyan since time immemorial, wala pang dredging na ginawa dyan. Since that lake was created by nature. So ang estimate dyan yung mga estimates ng mga experts ay mga around 25 meters ang silt dyan. And over the years, hindi lang naman soil materials na nandyan. May mga pollutants, heavy metals. Kaya before the dredging is made, kinakarakterize mo muna kung anong klaseng dredge material ang ide-dredge mo dun sa bed of the water or bed of the river man. So kinakailangan makita mo kung anong mga toxic or pollutants ang nandyan and kung anong klaseng treatment process ang gagawin mo before you dump it or you create an island out of the dredged materials. Yun ang isa. Tapos nga yung binention ko kanina, when you dredge using suction dredging, meron tinatawag na silt curtain. Tapos yung silt curtain, the purpose of that is yung mariresuspend kasi kahit ba suction dredging yan, may mariresuspend pa rin yung mga pollutants sa water column. So para yung silt curtains, it will contain yung mga pollutants or mga toxic elements na sasama doon sa water columns out of the dredging process. Yun ang dapat gawin. And sa mga iba't ibang gumagawa na ng dredging, ganyan ang ginagawa nila, especially doon sa suction dredging. Yun lang.
Thank you. Thank you, engineer, for patiently explaining to us the nature of dredging. Okay, we have another question here. What are the challenges during basement recovery and retrieval, and how are these addressed? Anybody from the panel would like to respond or clarify? Si Engineer ba ulit?
Ako ba uli, ma'am?
Sige, sir. Go ahead.
Sige. Yung sa case kasi namin, iba ang peculiarity, ano? Yung tinatawag na 20 meters eastment river, hindi applicable sa Laguna Lake. Ang controlling line namin is yung tinatawag na reglementary or reglementary 2.5. It is not the ebbing or the ebbing of the tide because the Laguna Lake is not influenced by tidal fluctuations, but rather by the season. When it's summer, dahan-dahan bumababa yung tubig. Pag rainy season naman, unti-unti tumataas hanggang ma-attain na niya yung peak niya during the average, during rainy season. So hindi applicable sa amin yung tinatawag na easement na 20 meter or sabihin natin sa rural. Ang isang challenge na nakikita namin because of that peculiarity, maraming mga lupa na napatituluhan prior to yung ngayon, yung panahon na natin ngayon. Marami kami na-discover diyan na mga panahon pa ni Rizal, mga prior lands, ay may mga titles, yung Spanish title at during American times, mayroong mga American titles na ang lalaki ng titulo. So, yun ang isang challenge kasi you have to respect yung pagpapatitulo doon sa mga lupang yon. And yun ang mabigat na namin. Tapos ang mabigat pa dyan yung encroachment siyempre. Kung may mga settlements na dyan, yun mabigat. Actually, for me personally, hindi naman masama yung settlements ang settlements ay masama lamang because of the pollution they brought with them, which is liquid and solid waste. If they will not discharge the liquid and solid waste dun sa body of water, then their existence is also welcome. Ang isang problema na lang sa settlement ng mga tao sa isang waterways ay yung danger during typhoons at pagtaas ng tubig. Yun lang. When it comes to water quality, as long as they don't discharge pollutants into the bodies of water, then their existence is not unwelcome. Ika.
Thank you again, engineer, very patiently explaining those technical terms on dredging and also the settlements. Okay, I think you already know this is almost 3 o'clock. And so we still have another topic before we end, but before we let go of our panelists, there's a one question I think that I'd like to invite everybody to respond. So how can the Build Back Task Force activities be sustained? So what are your plans for sustainability that you'd like to share with our participants? So let me start off with the Climate Change Service. Ma'am Susan.
Yes, good afternoon again. While the National Task Force Build Back Better uh, leads in these activities, in this endeavor, it engage the participation of our local government units. And it is to be understood that partnership between the local government and the national government has to be parallel. It has to continue. Hindi lang ho iaasa sa Build Back Better Task Force. Andyan pa rin po ang ating regional Build Back Better Task Force working with the local government unit, and maasahan po na tuloy-tuloy ang assistance ng national to the local government with the presence of our regional Build Back Better Task Force. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan. And I would like to invite Attorney Cabantac of the Isabela Province.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we recognize na napaka-temporary yung remedial measure of dredging. However, let's look at the angle na yung dredging will be coupled with other vegetative measures like riparian projects, like other engineering intervention activities. So, ang mga ito, after the dredging operations kasi, medyo paunti-paunti na lang yung kailangang i-dredge na material because nakapaglagay na tayo ng mga measures para mapigilan yung pagpasok ng materials doon sa ating mga rivers. Isa pa, pwede pa rin masustain din ito via the ang tawag dito, yung alam mo yung extraction of quarry materials, pwede rin kasing paraan yan para madredge yung ating mga riverbeds. So all of this combination, pakonti ng pakonti ang magiging activities natin sa dredging. So lahat ito, in the end, mas maliit na yung ating activities sa dredging. That is why pwedeng masustain ito, especially with the participation of local government units.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, the role of the local government units are very important. Next, Ma'am Agnes of NEDA, Region 5.
Thank you. I'd like to look at it more on sustaining the objectives and the functions really of the task force Build Back Better. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, there are in fact other structures in the region that are complementing the objectives and the functions of the task force BBB. So as I said, there is the Committee on Rehab and Recovery under the RDRRMC, and we also have the Bicol River Basin Management Committee under the Regional Development Council, which has particularly the same purpose or the same function. And in fact, there was already the Bicol River Basin Strategic Management Plan that has been formulated at the region, wherein we were in fact recommending that this be adopted as well by the task force so that we would know how to proceed with addressing the other issues and concerns on the Bicol River Basin. So definitely, with or without the task force, the concerns of the development for the river basins we have, especially for the Bicol River Basin, will be addressed. But more so, of course, with the presence of the task force, then better because they're more focused on the river basin itself. So we will definitely be able to achieve what we would want to do, rehabilitating the river basin that we have in our particular regions.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Agnes. And thank you for mentioning the River Basin Management Councils or committees. We really want to strengthen this organization in helping us, making our communities more sustainable. So finally, Engineer June Mystica, please, of LLDA.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All rivers are naturally created except do sa mga man-made rivers. All natural things will find its way yung demise niya. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng river ipinanganak at mamamatay din. So nasa atin na lang kung paano natin mapoprolong yung death ng river or paano natin mai-hasten yung death ng river. So as all natural things, yun ang cycle eh. Ngayon, I agree with the Attorney Kabanta na yung gains na nagawa mo na na-dredge mo na, you have to sustain it and maintain it. So within our realm na sinasabi dito sa ginagawa ng task force, siguro we have to continue that. Otherwise, pag napabayaan yan, ay may expedite yung pagkawala ng river na yun. So yun lang po, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give our panelists and our resource person a big round of applause. Thank you for everybody's active participation. If we miss any question, we'll try our best to respond to them. And also our resource persons, we'll also encourage you to check the chat box and maybe you can add additional information or address their questions. So now, before we close our topic on Build Back Better, topic 2, please allow me to present the certificate of appreciation, especially to our resource persons and our panelists. So this certificate of appreciation is presented to the Climate Change Service. Of course, our main representative was Director Ellen Basug, but she's represented by Ms. Susan Nisperos Nool. And our esteemed panelists from the Provincial Government of Isabela, Attorney Kabanta, and Nether Region 5, Ma'am Agnes, and the LLDA for Attorney June Mystica. Okay, thank you very much. And now, I think we're ready to move on to our topic 3. And I would like to hand over to Jeremy. Welcome back, Jeremy.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Once again, thank you everyone for participating in this first National River Basin Summit. This event is brought to you by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources River Basin Control Office and the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in River Basins Project, or E2RB. The E2RB project is a partnership between DNR and the GIZ. The event is live streamed in the DNR RBCO Facebook page and YouTube channel. So the recording will be also posted in the DNR RBCO Facebook page for a limited time. Again, we are reminding the participants to please mute your microphone all the time unless you are being recognized. You may type in your comments or questions in the chat box or in the mural boards. So this National River Basin Summit is a hybrid format. We have 3 physical venues. We have Quezon City, Kabangkalan City, and Tagum City joining together with remote participants from different parts of the Philippines. We are using Zoom as our main virtual platform. We also have a mural virtual whiteboards accessible to all for a more interactive event. The event will be live streamed via DNR Facebook page and YouTube channel. Welcome to our third session, Best Practices in River Basin Governance, the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Experience, NGO-led River Basin Governance. With us today is an ecosystems-based approach management practitioner, university professor, and an environmental advocate. She is known internationally as the mother of giant clams. She is currently doing freelance consultancy and independent research and development works on ecosystem-based approach to restoration and disaster risk reduction, and multi-sectoral approach to environmental governance. Presently, she is a professor of the premier Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. She was one of the outstanding women in the nation's service or towns by the President of the Philippines for her exemplary contribution to the environmental conservation in 2007, followed by the Outstanding Filipino or TOEFL for environmental conservation in 2008. Please all welcome the CDO-RBMC Executive Director, Dr. Hailey Ann Roa Kiawit.
Thank you so much. Am I heard and my screen is also showing, just to make sure? Yeah. Thank you so much for DNR and GIZ for inviting us here to present our best practices and innovations. Based on the program, I've divided my presentation into two main points. One is we'll talk about the innovations we did and the best practices in relation to EBA. And there's also a new guideline that was released only last month from DNR on how to create this water management council. So I thought it would be good to anchor also some of these best practices on these guidelines. So to start off, let me fly you all to Mindanao, where we are. We're here in Cagayan de Oro. It's a gloomy afternoon from all of us here. And this is our landscape. And we are coming from the perspective of the river basin, yes, but I just wanted to inform ahead that I'm also coming in from the coastal. It so happened I'm currently the executive director of both the Makahalar Bay Development Alliance and the CDO River Basin Management Council. And we're doing this EBA approach, and in particular, we call it the R-Cube because we are emphasizing the connectivity of the ridges to the reefs through the river, which I think from the talks earlier, you see how important as well as an ecosystem. So basically, the first innovation now is that we're not dealing with just one ecosystem, but actually three ecosystems, from the mountain river basin to the coastal, Makahalar Bay, and the CDO River, which is the riverine ecosystem. We call it our R-Cube approach to management, or the R-Cube program. So for the EBA, let me mention the best practices we've had into three main points. One is, as mentioned, we are doing the EBA, but we're not actually experts on this. It's just that over time we've learned. No? We're doing this for 15 years already here in Region 10. So I'll start off with how our journey. We are actually marine biologists by profession. And we started off the Baywide coastal management. And the first best practice is that, being an academe also, is that we use research and science to convince the different local government units to go into Baywide coastal management. This is a very technical study that colleagues of mine in UP Marine Science, Dr. Villanoy, made. It's an oceanographic study, but we wanted it because we wanted to show to the mayors the interconnectivity of the water. And since here, for example, we were able, this is one of our bestsellers, we were able to convince the mayor that actually, depending on the monsoon, either habagat or amihan, this, we call it propagules or seedlings in the Makahalar Bay are actually moving from one town to the other. So it would not be fair for one LGU to invest too much of its money on coastal management. For example, this one, when the beneficiary is actually the other LGU at the other end of the bay. So we have the knowledge being from the academe and popularize this technical information, but we don't have the power because the power actually comes from the local government unit. So now we applied the extension work or the social outreach in our case. And in this, we coupled research and social outreach coming from the Ateneo de Cagayan, Xavier University then. And it took us 2 years to work with this, the provincial government, the 12 municipalities, 1 chartered city, which is Cagayan de Oro, and 1 component city, El Salvador. Finally, we were able to have this, and we're 15 years old now, and we're based in BFAR Region 10. So this is how the Makahalar Bay Development Alliance is structured. We're working on different programs, and each program is handled by a technical working group represented by the middle officials of the different LGUs. And we have an execom, which is basically in presently now, and me. And as I've mentioned, we are housed by BFAR Region 10. We already have a Bay-wide management plan, which was supported by PEMC, and it's being implemented. This work, where we did the extension part, is supported by Misirior, also from the German church now. So another innovation we did is that we were able to get funding from the OST to get the data, the current situation then, 2008, of the Bay. And then one important realization with that we gathered was that many of the corals that were there after 10 years actually showed a very high mortality, and it was due to siltation. So we realized that as marine biologists, even if we do all these marine protected areas, all this rehabilitation, unless we go up to the ridges, it might not be so effective after all. So, and this is because topographically, our Makahalar Bay will be influenced by the river basin. Because if you can see, any rain, any water from the 2 headwaters, we call it Mount Kitanglad and Kalatungan, will all drain from the number of tributaries into Cagayan de Oro River and into Makahalar Bay. So in this case, while we were doing the coastal work, there was also development on land by DNR Region 10 and the Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro by Bishop Ledesma, and also us in the university. So in 2010, we created this River Basin Management Council. It's a multi-sectoral body, unlike the coastal, which is more LGU-based. This is more multi-stakeholder. And again, the intent is the same, to preserve and rehabilitate our river basin. And it's comprised of a number of sectors, from the national and local government units, from the academe, from CSOs and NGOs, and in our case, especially a very important community, the indigenous groups, mostly based in the coastal and Bukidnon, and the security groups as well, and the business that are here in the area, especially for Makahalar Bay, we have the medium to heavy industries. So this is how the river basin is structured. We have 5 co-chairs. Originally, the founders, the Archdiocese and DNR, are now working with the ILG-10 because we're working on the governance aspect, and also from the Department of Agriculture because most of our areas are into agriculture. And of course, the LG of Cagayan de Oro, because this is the main area that receives all this impact. Similarly, we have technical working groups, but and similarly, it's headed by a regional agency. So like, for example, rehabilitation by DNR, local governance by the ILG. And it has an executive committee composed of the co-chairs and a project management office that I'm heading. And similarly, we're also based in DNR regional office in Region 10. So the second thing we realize is that getting people on board to recognize the importance of environment is very hard unless you use something that they can, something tangible, but that they can recognize. So it took us a number of learnings until finally we use this concept, ecosystem services. And I'm not sure if all of you are familiar, but kung sa Bisaya, well, it's the direct and indirect benefits now that human being can get from the ecosystems, from the environment. And let me just go through the main four just to give you an idea. And of course, I focus on marine since most of the audience are from the river basin. This is what we call as the provisioning services. Those are the products you get from the ecosystem. And we have the regulating services. These are like for the marine is the buffer against storms when you have a healthy coral reef or mangroves. In the river basin would be this climate regulation. The third is the supporting services. These are something that you don't recognize, and this is where we have to convince people that you see the environment is very important because you don't see this, but it's very important. Like the case of the landscape would be like pollination, for example, no, or the nutrient cycling. And the last, which is something quite new and not so popular, but Philippines is gaining a lot, is on the aesthetic or cultural services, basically on tourism. But in particular for our landscape, seascape, we're quite in a way strong, and we're trying to build this up in terms of the cultural services. Especially we have a number of hotspots for biodiversity like Mount Kitanglad and Mount Kalatungan. And we have a very good tourism that is also working using the natural resource, the river rafting. And the last one is we have our very strong communities from the indigenous people, who a number of the areas are part of their ancestral domain. So why are we doing this? And we use ecosystem service as the platform. For one is we actually have the perfect recipe for disrupting this flow of ecosystem services. The first one is we have the perfect recipe for flooding and erosion, which is basically the regulating services. As mentioned, we have our KitKat, Kitanglad Kalatungan, and that's how we package it to get more people to support. It's very steep, in terms of its geography. And there are so many varied upland activities in the landscape. And third is we have barren headwaters. This is, as you can see, in fact, agriculture has also expanded. So what happens, as shown earlier, is one strong rain, we get all this water and soil that goes into the different tributaries. And going mid-slope, we also have problems in some areas of mining, extensive slips, and it goes through until the coastal area where all this water and silt are drained into Makahalar Bay. And as you can see, this plume of the CCDO River, which I think you'll understand would affect the marine ecosystem. What used to be a thriving, let's say, a coral reef would be smothered by all the silt and changing the ecosystem, and it's a provisioning service. So apart from its negative impact on the environment, we're trying to prevent this. I know it's not something that we would like to recall, but it's something that we're always, unfortunately, have to use to convince people to join us. We had a very tragic incident in 2011 where until now, many are still missing and recovering from the grief. We are 10 years after Sendong now. And apart from that, all this siltation is also causing the shallowness, if I can call it, of the lakes and dams, where Mindanao in particular is one source of hydropower. So again, it affects it. The other reason that we are doing this is for the other ecosystem service on provisioning on our water insecurity, which earlier this morning has been affirmed by Dr. David, where he showed that, in 1999 then, and again by Mayet from MGB in 2015, they showed studies that, we are going to be one of the 10 cities that will face water scarcity in time. So we will not wait for that. And this was the result they showed earlier from MGB and I think from NWRB, which I was very happy because it also confirms what we are, what we thought were the reasons. I just wanted to mention that we're no forester, we're no landscape expert, we're now engineers, but we have the information that we can sort of use and do analysis. So here you see that there are quite a number of groundwater obstructions in the coastal area, and some of these are not even with permits. And there's also very rapid development because Cagayan de Oro in particular and Macahalar Bay has been is the gateway for Northern Mindanao. And as mentioned, heavy to medium industries are here as well. And it connects to Davao. No? And as you can see, no more green for the water, for the aquifer to recharge. And this is a study by our colleagues in Xavier University where they showed that for the pumping stations of our Cagayan de Oro water districts, I forget the year, this was like 10 years ago, they already showed a decline in the level. So meaning they have to go deeper to get water to supply for the city. And the last is that it was mentioned, we already have coastal areas in the city and other towns where the water is not anymore fresh. It has been already mixed with with seawater. So we have the case of saltwater intrusion, which I'm sure you are all aware is irreversible. So once it's there, it cannot be changed anymore. So with this, using the ecosystem services, we then use this to get people to support us and join in terms of restoration, which is the third best practice we made. And we're actually using only materials coming from DNR. So this is from RBCO, which was, again, a very good material to show that if we have more vegetation, more water will go into the aquifer than here. And so less water will be surface runoff, less flooding, and more water for the production. So it was a very simple concept that we used, but over time we also developed it, which I will show in a while later. So we also happen to have experts in our group from the multi-stakeholder. We have a former DNR, Raul Gilegue, was doing a number of his own inventory, but it shows that we still have a long way to go in terms of restoration. And so what we did is because it needs priorities and it needs a focused restoration work and also funds, we work with our technical working group, DNR 10, with their GIS experts and our project-based experts from funding from the IUCN Netherlands. And we plotted leveling up the criteria of vulnerability from DNR to include also the perspective of our indigenous communities and other criteria. We came up with these high-risk areas of our river basin. So the ones in orange are the priority areas to restore. These are, the greens are the areas where we have presently restoration, and most of them are coming from the NGP program. As you can see, although there are quite many of the greens are not really hitting the oranges. So we still, as mentioned, have to do more work on this. In Cagayan, for example, these are the production wells of Cagayan de Oro Water District, COWD. And we wanted to show them, like, look, some of your production wells, where earlier we showed that they have to dig deeper, are actually in a way critical in terms of the recharge, because most of the source of probably these micro watersheds are already high-risk areas. So we developed our own models for restoration, which we emphasize the 3 Ps. One is that the first P is, of course, there must be protection. And second is there is a product, because working with restoration and, of course, learning from the NGP in Region 10 where we did audit, it's hard to get people on board to do purely restoration or protection work because they also need to get income. So that was the other P. We have to come up with an intercropping of a commercial product, no, for the peoples or to to have a supplemental profit. And of course, the third P are the people itself, the people that will benefit from this restoration and the people doing the work. So we've partnered with the World Agroforestry Center. They have a station, satellite office with the Moscat then now USTP in Claveria and Dr. June Mercado. We came up with a design. I mean, they came up with the design because I'm no expert. And here, for example, this is for the riverine, riparian buffer restoration, where we have the ecological zone. So this is purely to ensure that the riverbank is stable, and the economic zone where we have the intercropping. So it will depend on the level of the area. So it can be fruit trees or it can be cacao in the mid slope. And this is, we did this with the Wetlands International and the Partners for Resilience of Netherlands. And this became the proof of concept. And we did this in Agusan River Basin. And this is how it looks now after 5 years. This is Manong Perlito. He's a very good advocate and used to be only, this eroded riverbank. You can see the ecological zone and the economic zone at the back. And of course, we're very happy also to see that the concept worked. No? Another concept that we're developing, it's called the rainforestation. And here, it's mostly in the mid-slope, and they have intercropped the indigenous trees with a commercially viable crop. In this case, it's coffee or cacao. And just to show also is that we also brought in business planning experts to create a business plan for each of this model. So they were able to come up, for example, for this model, the cost per hectare is only 141,000. And even the cash flow, when will be the year when the people's org will start to get some income, that's all in the business plan that we have work on, again, with the support of the Netherlands government. It's called the LIFT, Landscape Investment Finance Tool. And here, for example, if we now go to a business investor that would like to go into green infrastructure, they will know that for the first year, they only need to shell out 70%, and for the rest of the year would be this certain percentage. It differs per model. This is an example again of Agusan River Basin, where si Manang Sita was with her logbook, and monitoring of the growth. We're working here with the Barangay Council, and she's very happy to see the output already. The other third model that we have, it's called the Kauyagan with the Unifruti. It's a model for a business entity working with the indigenous groups. And here, it's a different type because they use the concept of ecological succession, and they're using Kalyandra. The concept, in short, is that they use Kalyandra for an area that they want to restore because it's very hard sometimes to control the weeds. So the Kalyandra over time will overgrow the weeds. And then when the area is safe to plant the indigenous trees, then the maintenance and the worry of being suffocated is basically removed. And over time, the Kalyandra, being nurse trees, will be overgrown by the indigenous trees. Then you have this reforestation. They are working with a number of indigenous groups, mostly in Mount Kitanglad, and they're intercrop it with adlay, coffee, and other commercial crops. So this is Manang Linda, who in her age did not expect that she would get some more money to support her own self with the intercropping that they did with the Kalyandra here. And in this case, it was adlay. So this particular project now is working with the Netherlands Sustainable Water Fund, and it's with managed by the VEI. So, but we still have a long way to go. As you can see, we need to get as many people on board because many of our work are mostly proof of concepts, but we need to expand already. So this is where we are in terms of our EBA approach to management, where we have the different sectors. where we focus on the regulating service of controlling flood and the provisioning service of ensuring we have water supply. Let me now go to part two of the presentation, where, as I've mentioned, last month, DNR came up with this DAO, Order 2021-41, basically stating a number of things, no, on how to create river basin or watershed management councils. And I've decided to do this because we are not really experts. We're mostly, as mentioned, more as multi-sectoral platform. But it's good to see how our work over 10 years is correct, or is it anchored to this guideline. And let us go through their 14 points. Don't worry, it's not going to be very heavy. The first is create that watershed management planning team, which in our case is not basically a planning team because we already have the council and the co-chairs, but we work more on the basis of technical working groups. No? As mentioned, we have technical working groups that are mostly chaired by the regional agencies concerned. So for example, in this case, media and communications is chaired by our Philippine Information Agency, Region 10. The resource management is being run earlier by Xavier University, now by another Jesuit NGO, ESSC, Environment for Social Science Change, based in Malaybalay. So we work in this way. So this is an example where we get funding. Mostly that's the role of the project management office. We make proposals and get funding support. And we're coming up with a number of demonstration sites and the different models, and the working group will then work with us. So in this case, we were working with DNR as well as the Community Development Technical Working Group, chaired by our Liceo University through their Safer River Lifesaver Foundation. So this is in 3 upstream barangays in Cagayan de Oro. The second one is that we must have the approved management plan endorsed by the by the management team. In our case, we DNR 10 and RBCO, thank you RBCO for this, have a commission consulting group in UPLB or in Manila, and they came up with our IRMB development plan in 2014, which was approved. But it took quite a while for it to be accepted by the council because, as mentioned, our council happens to have a number of experts and academe in the group. So there were some revisions that we wanted to put in, but finally we have the master plan. But apart from this, is because it was quite it was good to have a master plan, something concrete sort of that we can follow. But we thought we need to go beyond. We need to have a certain lens and perspective that all these different stakeholders will look up and look for in the future. And during that time, with the funding support of IUC and Netherlands, what's very popular then was what we call as the theory of change. What change do we wanted? So we came up with this. We call it SHIELD, Sustainable and Healthy Ecosystem in an Empowered Community, which we through lobby and advocacy. And in the SHIELD, if you're familiar with the theory of change, there are only certain things that you can control. And these are here, the strategies and the outcomes. But what we wanted is we wanted the R-Cube, the Integrated River Reef Management, and we wanted to restore our high-risk areas, but in such a way that we can also provide livelihood for the vulnerable communities. Of course, all this work will contribute to this vision that we wanted, no, in terms of what we call as the sphere of interest. So beyond the master plan, we have a vision of the change that we wanted. So another item is in the formulation of policies. where we can support interagency coordination. And basically, that's the role of the council. We are the platform where we harmonize a number of efforts. Now, if you look at the theory of change that we have, in particular here, where we're doing the R-cube approach to management, and we want our LGUs to be responsibly environmentally strong. In this case, an example is where we did a policy audit and review of the inter-LGU disaster risk reduction and management document that was implemented and initiated by our TWG on local governance after Sendong. And it was in 2013, but we did a review in 2018. We wanted to, make it strong and activate it. So with the help of some policy experts and mga other institutions, we sort of updated the MOA so that we ensured, for example, that really annual allocation of funds be given to support the MOA, because at the time the MOA just became a typical paper. No? It didn't have the teeth, it didn't have the funds, but in this case, we were able to really push for each of the LGU to allocate funds for the agreements made in the paper. Another is that the council should contribute in the management of the resources and activities. And in this case, our master plan have 12 priority programs, and we haven't really implemented it yet because it needs a lot of funds. So again, with the support of Wetlands International through the Philippine program, we had an online workshop in 2020, and we came up with a business plan for the CDO-RBMC to basically to operate the master plan. And it's a big money that we need. So while waiting for big chunk of money, either coming from the RBCO or the government or from the different agencies, we have worked on the different 12 programs just to continue, even if we don't have the full operational funds. Another thing that we did was, because although there are quite a number of programs, we are, as mentioned, focused on the ecosystem services on flooding and water. And to do that, we really have to put focus on ecosystem restoration. And one of the financing schemes that we found that have been very effective so far in our landscape seascape is the concept of payments for ecosystem services. It was a hard sell, but as mentioned, what we always do is popularize a concept to get the community to understand. This is again another bestseller of a knowledge product we have. This is when we convince people to pay the environment. So this is a typical water district where you pay for the water bill because you have a pump that gets the water from the ground. And we said that what you're actually paying, that monthly bill, is for the operation of the pumps and the water district and all the management aspects to ensure that this water on the ground is pumped to your respective faucets. But what's not being seen is that this water is not actually coming from the water district. It's coming from the environment. And to ensure the sustainable supply, this particular angle is always lost in the mind of the people. They think it's something given by God, but it's actually, yes, given by God, but we need to also do something to sustain it. And here you see the restoration, where you see that rather than just letting water district get some money, why don't we also reward the environment for ensuring that we have a continuous water supply? So with that concept, we've been quite successful in getting different partnerships. For example, these are the Kitanglad Card volunteers. These are our international funders. This is DNR Region 10 and our corporations to do this number of restoration work through PES. So I'll just go through the modalities we have. We have what we call as LGU-based PES. It took us 6 years to lobby on this, and it was initially worked on by DNR and RBCO and UCAP. But it was only later in this new project with IUCN where we really brought on an advocacy and lobbying team. We call it Streams, where we finally convinced the city council and the local government unit to allocate funds for restoration. The story here is initially we wanted each Cagayanon to pay the environment through the city, but there was such distrust in terms of coming up, with this trust fund. And then people don't want to shell out, even if we even package a 5 peso for a year, but still they don't want it. So eventually, with all the media and all the different conflicting, the city council said, why don't we just get it from our tax money, from our funds, and allocate it? So I think from what I understand from our policy expert, this is the first time that this much amount has been given by a local government unit. And this is a first modality as well, because in most cases, like here, they always put PES as part of the water tariff. This is the other Upland LGU in Libona, where we were able also to convince them through their water tariff to allocate these funds for the restoration of one of the headwaters, which is Kitanglad. We were able to convince Water District. We had to bring Bishop Ledesma, like the moral ascendancy thing, to the board, and finally convince them that their business would not sustain in time if they won't have the restoration of the recharge aspect of the aquifer. So Water District is allocating annually 4 million for restoration of the areas where they have their production lines. Unfortunately, this hasn't moved due to pandemic, but we're trying to reactivate it now. Another model which has been going on for quite a while, and which is a very good partnership between a business entity and the ancestral tribal group that owns the land, is with the Unifruti, where they have banana and pineapple plantations, where they have this sacred compact that a certain percentage, a certain amount of the per hectare will be given to the tribe for whatever use they have, apart from ensuring the integrity of the environment, but also supporting the soft aspect of the tribal group. Another model is, we call it the VES. It's a river basin wide model. And here, this is actually the work of DNR. And the innovation here is that we have our, the concept of payment for ecosystem services is we have our sellers, which are the ancestral group of Mount Kalatungan, where they will restore their mountains to ensure we have water and reduction of flood. And the buyers for that service are the communities in Cagayan de Oro. So you see it traverse different political units. In the study they made over time, they realized that, and upon series of consultation, the innovation here is they have, the novelty here is there's a third party that came in, and which is a fund manager. And in this case, it was the Xavier Science Foundation that would connect the IP groups with the sellers, not just with the contract, but even with the reporting and the monitoring. So this is one modality that is something unique for us as well. Now, another criteria is to review existing policies and recommend revisions. And that has been the role of the council, actually. This is where I mentioned, again, the council in full force with DNR 10. This is a DNR, si June is my partner here from DNR na Forestry, where we consolidated our inputs for the national greening program of the country. Another example is, this is a pest ordinance that has been in the LGU, one of the last upland municipalities. We have 4. Here we help them sort of revive the ordinance to make it current and adaptable to the present situation. So in this case, they have decided to put the payments for ecosystem services as a tariff for groundwater, but they've put it on hold because they're trying to improve their water system, which in this case is by the LGU. So another criteria is it must join the monitoring of activities in the watershed. And in our case, we're not actually joining, we're mostly doing the monitoring. And for example, we're monitoring all the PES that we have, the different modalities, and we make sure that it's working. And we do a monitoring in terms of the growth and survival, as well as the money. No? But we're not too, we're having scaling up in terms of monitoring. In this project we have with the Sustainable Water Fund, as mentioned earlier, it's called the Ridge to Coast, Rain to Top with the VEI and Wetlands International Philippines and Hiniliban Foundation and us, where it's very novel because it's the first time that this group of water service providers are recognizing the soft infrastructure, the soft engineering aspect to ensure water access. This is a typical, you could say, water supply system where they don't care if the source of the water is managed or not, and which we're trying to show that if we do restore and rehabilitate the upland, no, the source of these aquifers, it will ensure sustainable water supply. So our role in this project is part of Work Package 2, where apart from this rehabilitation, which we're modeling with the Hiniliban Foundation, is we wanted to show an interactive decision support tool. We wanted to go high tech because, like, when we go to the businesses, when we go to DNR, when we go to the different community affected, we wanted to show, like, look, after 10 years, this much of our rehabilitation we did is not enough. So we need to get more, either through PES or so I hope we're doing this with MSU IIT, and we're very happy that with the presentations of NWRB and MGB, there are actually models that we can then ask our experts to work with to improve our decision support tool. The seventh is to ensure enforcement of environment. And here, as mentioned, we have a very special group of indigenous peoples that we respect so much, because for them, they don't even like to be rewarded, no, because they have such a close link to the environment with their sacred spaces and worship areas. So in this case, we have them as our guard volunteers, especially in both headwaters. So they are called the KGB, no, the Kitanglad Kalatungan Guard Volunteers. And in particular, we're working on a PES. It's called the Talama Fund. It's basically a social PES where we wanted to get some funds for the insurance, no, social insurance and health insurance of our guard volunteers. So we're working with the NGO Kin on this, and we need some help on this. But apart from the river basin volunteers, as mentioned, we have R-Cube. So we brought our IP KGBs to the coast, and they met the deputized Bantay Dagat. And it's a very enlightening experience because most of these IPs haven't stepped foot on the water, and they had no idea of the connectivity. So we had this R-Cube visit of the guard volunteers, and then the Bantay Dagat also went up to the mountains. 8, this is something new that we've developed, and timing. We're very happy to know that it's a criteria and we're doing it already, is to endorse persons for deputation by the DNR. As mentioned, I'm executive director, but not raising my stool, but I'm actually only voluntary. I don't get any compensation. I just put the word ED because, and the council agreed, because we wanted to get more grants, and it has to be an ED. But now that we're 10 years old, we said to institutionalize and to sustain, we need to integrate the council into DNR 10. And we're very happy in our last board and executive meeting that it has been approved, and the NR10 is also very open. This will be now the proposed management team for the council, where we really have the CDD of the NR10 that will handle the CDO River Basin, and also in the CDD is also the coastal. So June, as mentioned, we started this together. So it's good that it will now be, we're asking really part of his work, and he will be supported by Annalie, and the support staff will now be two types. These are the project base that we're getting. So there are coterminous with the project. And in this case, this is the project with the Reach to Coast, which will end next year with the Netherlands government. And these are really staff of DNR10 based on the RBCO funding that they get every year, where one particular full-time staff is assigned to one management council. So in our case, we're working with MEL. And hopefully this will work. We don't know, but we're just gonna start it this month. Okay, another is the facilitate the resolution of problems and conflicts. As mentioned, we have a lobbying team, and these are the people apart from us that will go to the industries, to the business groups, to the city council, because we found out if it's just me or the management office, but if we have this lobbying group that will resolve problems and issues, then it has a higher weight in terms of impact. And of course, the council is also the platform for all these issues like mining, dredging, that some of the small groups could not raise, but they will tell us, and then we will call for meetings of the different agencies involved. For the 11th and 12th criteria where we're supposed to have IRR and MOP, we haven't done that yet, but that's something that we will do. The coastal MBDA is advanced. They have an IRR and MOP already, but we still don't have this for the river basin. The second to the last is it would be good for the council to coordinate with existing water management bodies. And in our case, as mentioned, if you look at our geography, we have the R-Cube already. We're working with the MacBay and the CDORB. But we're working with the adjacent river basin, which is bigger, Taguluan River Basin, which is supported by DNR10. Especially if we go for R-Cube, most of the silt and water going into the bay are actually coming from this bigger river basin than ours. But where we are now, we're coming up with the harmonization of the ICM plan, the Bayward Integrated Coastal Management Plan, and the River Basin, Integrated River Basin Master Plan for both. And we're trying to come up with some harmonized strategies that would really show the R-Cube. That's where we are now. And also because we wanted to create this Northern Mindanao corridor, we're also working in the very big Agusan River Basin, again with the Netherlands government through the Partners for Resilience project, where again, we use the concept of ecosystem services, and we showed through study by our experts in Xavier University that the role of the Agusan Marsh, that's supposed to be the sink for water storage, is not being given fully by the environment because of the silt coming from the different watersheds and the different municipalities with all the agriculture and also mining, that the siltation has increased, and water that goes supposedly to the Agusan Marsh as a sink is now going straight to Butuan City or to the adjacent lowland municipality, which they have already felt. So that's the corridor that we're working. We're helping the Agusan River Basin Management Council with the Wetlands International Philippine Program in terms of coming up with a business plan like ours, and they are also benchmarking for BES as a financing stream. Last but not the least is to present the master plan to the RDC, and I heard from our colleagues from Region 10, we haven't done this yet. So we're still coming up with the IWMP plan. It's a focus of the NR10. So once we have that, then we will do this. But even if we don't did not present to the RDC because we don't have that plan yet. There is also a parallel effort by our Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, where he also recognized that, working on environment and supporting the landscape, he came up with this House Bill 2793 to create this authority. And it's still in the stage of a committee, but we've already given our inputs to this. And basically, the proposed powers and functions are, it has a functioning mandate, policing and regulatory powers that we don't have because we're only a soft multi-stakeholder group. It has supervision, control, and of course, the budget, which I've mentioned, is very big, which we cannot provide. So that's where we are now in terms of our work. Let me just show you another knowledge product where we convince businesses and other groups to really focus on restoration. And here is a simple simulation of the effect of restoration, vegetating the upland. Sorry. So you see two boxes, one without vegetation and one with. And you see two pipes. One is like surface runoff, and this would be like the aquifer. If you look at the surface runoff, it's brown and fast, while with vegetation, it's low and clearer. So it shows that without vegetation, water will just go as runoff and causing flooding. While here, if we have vegetation, it will go into the recharge. So this is a simple experiment we did with my team, and this is even our backyard lang, to show the importance of vegetation. So thank you and stay safe. Back to the host.
Thank you, Dr. Hailey, for that very comprehensive presentation, for sharing with us the best practices of Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council, and of course, particularly on the ecosystem-based adaptation approach, the various ecosystem services from landscape to seascape, and the important roles of the River Basin Management Council as a multi-stakeholder body, from planning, decision-making, to policy development, specifically on the payment for ecosystem services. Thank you so much, Dr. Hailey. And now for our first panelist for this third session. He is very active in his advocacy on water, sustainability, and governance. He is currently the chairperson of the Philippine Water Partnership, a non-government organization dedicated to the advancement of integrated water resource management, and continues to be involved in various policy dialogues geared towards improving the management of water resources in the country. Related to this personal advocacy, he is the co-author of the Joint Foreign Chambers Arrancada Water Policy Brief in 2018, which laid down a situationer and a list of recommendations for the improvement of the Philippine water sector, and which is often cited various policy dialogues. Let us all welcome Mr. Christopher Matthew Ilagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I think I see a lot of clapping for Doc Hilly earlier. So congratulations to you, Doc Hilly. It was a great presentation. You know, I think many times our discussions get caught up in the conceptual, and what you have been able to show to us are very real world examples, no, of how we can adopt one of my favorite concepts, integrated water resource management, operationalized through the river basin concept. But allow me to go on with my reaction. I did have the pleasure to, or rather the honor to see the presentation in advance. So my reactions are actually based on my initial understanding of them, right? It really is a privilege to be part of this prestigious panel, reacting on a very significant and insightful presentation. The Philippine Water Partnership, or PWP, is an NGO dedicated to the promotion and advocacy of integrated water resource management, or IWRM, defined as a process which promotes coordinated development and management of water, land, and related resources in order to maximize economic and social welfare in an equitable manner without compromising the sustainability of vital ecosystems and the environment. The CDO River Basin Management Council and its ecosystem-based adaptation approach to environmental management is an exquisite example of IWRM in action. PWP has been a staunch advocate for the establishment of river basin organizations as a means to operationalize the powerful concept of IWRM. The river basin concept is also embodied in the idea of watershed management councils, as promoted by the DNR for some time with new guidance covered in its latest DNR AO 2021-42, as just presented by Doc Hilly. Doc Hilly presented a great living example of IWRM in the country with a proven formula of best practices that make it work. What resonated with me at the first instance was the clear multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral approach that was adopted at their river basin. This is a key tenet of IWRM. The various sectors which compete for limited water resources need to be on the same table, regardless of the volume consumed, in order to arrive at resource management decisions that are equitable. It has helped that such multi-stakeholder governance structures are documented and formalized in rules, ordinances, and charters. To learn that the organization of the RBO was the fruit of realizations from data gathered and analyzed back in 2008 is another key feature of the presentation I was happy to learn about. Evidence-based policy development is always much stronger a foundation that provides the rationale for a certain course of action. It provides the basis for the vision, mission, and targets that emerge from the consensus of the group after processing all the data. It was because of this initial data analysis why it seems a solid theory of change was able to be developed with the full support of all stakeholders concerned. Evidence-based policymaking is also an important aspect of the larger advocacy or information, education, communication, IEC campaign. Without the facts, a concrete and compelling narrative for change is difficult, if not impossible, to formulate. Finally, mainstreaming the river basin management plans with the plans and roadmaps of other government agencies, such as the RDC, ensures harmonization of whole of government programs and projects to avoid potential duplication or, at worst, potential direct conflict of all these. I do note I initially assumed that the RDC had already adopted the plans of the River Basin Management Council. I see that it's a work in progress. Having said that, I think it is a really important point to mention that water is an important aspect of any society to manage. But this all needs to happen in the context of many other policy priorities: economy, environment, health, social welfare, etc. Oftentimes, in fact, water is merely a means to a larger goal. For this reason, it cannot operate in a black box and be confined among the choir members. It must learn to speak in the parlance of all the other sectors which view water as but part of its strategy, but certainly not its only element. Water management plans are a puzzle piece of a larger mosaic. It's only part of the greater whole, but without it, the mosaic is incomplete. Moving on now to some ideas in the presentation that tickled my fancy, allowing me to extract some personal insights on the whole concept of water security and effective water resource management. Sustainable financing for this sort of work plays an important role in ensuring that management plans come to life. It was great seeing a number of stakeholders contributing in different shapes and forms their investment, quote unquote, in the river basin's work. On the government's end, the earmarked allocations of the likes of the LGUs or even the water district are good, solid examples of potentially sustainable financing. So too with the PPP example of Unifruity, where it has taken on the responsibility to effectively give back to the river basin to ensure its continued survival as a business. As a side note, I guess this is just more in relation to the agriculture sector, which I'm part of now. The Free Irrigation Act, though good in intention, I'm afraid may have created the wrong incentives over the use of water. Oftentimes, anything free is overused or abused. Luckily, in the case of Unifruity, it was great to see how they recognize this disincentive and have found a workable solution to ensure water resource sustainability in the lands they harvest from. Going back to the topic about sustainable finance, however, I wonder how the payment for environmental services can be further expanded to cover other LGUs besides the two-sided. On this, I really feel that to properly manage our scarce water resources as a country, we need to create a market for it by pricing in the true cost of what it takes to get water where it is needed, pricing in even items like replacement costs, post-use treatment costs, and when necessary, opportunity costs, right? I actually was listening to Doc Hilly at the end. Really, the ecosystem, right, provides so many services, and those services need to be priced in to our water one way or another. Some may argue that this will drive inflation and is potentially regressive, since those with least access, who are among the poorest in the country, will end up paying a larger share of the burden as a percentage of their household incomes. Perhaps this regression can be mitigated through targeted subsidies or discounts. And here I'm just coming out with different thoughts, and trying to foresee the potential issues of a more expansive PES system, right? While at the same time balancing the social equity part of the equation as well. But as a general rule, the PES should become a standard practice across all river basins, and the funding raised should be plowed back into the same river basin for its preservation, conservation, and enhancement. As a matter of policy and river basin management, therefore, it would be good to consider the introduction of best practice PES systems that properly reflect the true cost of water, which will eventually also create an environment for more efficient use of water, adoption of new technologies, and hopefully enhancement of our various water systems. And this nicely links to my next point. Valuation of ecosystems is a basis for justifying PES rates. As the CDO RBMC example showed us, science-based decision-making is key to sound policy. With something as sensitive as PES fees, there is a need to do the same. Evaluating the ecosystem becomes a good basis for justifying PES rates. Ultimately, I imagine a formula that PES rates would likely equal the cost of maintaining a watershed or water body in its ideal state, emphasis on ideal. And that ideal should be in turn based on studies that provide a baseline of the natural ecosystem that was likely functional before major human development in the area. Since we know we cannot go back to pre-industrial ages, part of the cost is also the cost of adaptation to the new built-up environment. So in summary, it would likely reflect in climate change parlance the cost of mitigation and adaptation. And this leads me to a third reflection. There is a growing consensus globally, at least within Global Water Partnership. It's my privilege actually to be in the mothership right now here in Stockholm. So I'm calling you from Europe as we speak. That for water security agenda to graduate from being seen as a sector merely impacted by climate change, it needs to evolve to showing its contribution to climate change and its contribution to its mitigation. This also explains why much of the global green financing in the water sector end up going into adaptation projects only, rather than mitigation ones. The narrative needs to change to show that water, its use and management, contribute to GHG emissions, while solutions for water security can also help in the reduction of the same emissions. We all know, for example, that the water energy nexus, the amount of energy needed to treat water for distribution or to send back to the environment, is high. We also know that solutions for water security, like reforestation, also help in the reduction of carbon in our atmosphere. These sorts of narratives must bubble up to show that water is not a mere bystander in climate change, but also a contributor with some solid interventions that can help us all meet our 1.5-degree aspirations. This not only informs policymaking and program development, but it also creates a good pitching point when it comes to raising funds for our underfunded water sector. On legislations, I'd agree that since authorities need a law to become operational, in the case of the CDO, River Basin Organization, which shows a lot of maturity, it may be ready to become its own River Basin Development Authority. A caveat here, right, and Doc Hilly, I hope you hear this out. This is not in any way meant to criticize the bill, right? Is that if the CDO RBO becomes a government entity with its own regulatory, developmental, and administrative powers formalized, it must resist the temptation to become unilateral in its governance. We have seen the power of multi-stakeholder governance, and there is a tendency when less formal institutions like this end up becoming more formal, it loses its character of voluntary willingness for actors to do their respective parts and ends up outsourcing all of that work to a mandated entity. It could potentially lose its dynamic. As such, we support this, but hope that the law incorporates safeguards to continue incubating and harnessing the power of real participatory governance. Separately, at PWP, we continue to push for the establishment of a Department of Water Resources with explicit elements around IWRM, participatory governance, and even the management of our water resources based on hydrological boundaries, i.e. river basins, rather than man-made political administrative ones. We hope this group can continue to push this cause moving into the next administration. Finally, since I emphasize so much the importance of science and evidence guiding the way we make policies and implement plans and programs, I really hope one last advocacy all in our call today can consider is taking the steps needed to finally create an integrated water information management system for the entire country. We envision a single source of truth, all water-related data and information, aided by modern data gathering technologies such as sensors and drones, assisted by analytical and processing technologies such as automation and artificial intelligence. The database can include real-time data on water flows, both above and below ground, and overlaid with other data such as weather patterns and of course consumption trends. This seems to be a pain point that often comes up in PWP's own forums and conferences, and this can be one solid project that the entire sector can come together and set up. It could be a test of the coalition of the willing to show what they can achieve together and provides a strong foundation for guiding policymaking and implementation in the water sector moving forward. The presentation today provided us a whole lot of food, or shall I say water, for thought. Thanks to Doc Hilly and the CDO RBMC for sharing their story with us all. Success stories always provide a good source of inspiration. I'm looking forward to the continued dialogue and discussion after this panel of reactors. Thank you very much again, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ilagan, all the way from Stockholm. Yes. And of course, for explaining how IWRM works. Indeed, the value of water is very important in the policy making and foundation of the economic development. And of course, for sharing us your insights on the green financing, we have the payment for ecosystem services, and of course, the initiatives and contributions of the PWP in water resource management. And let's move on to our next panelist. She worked in the Provincial Agriculture and Natural Resources Office and Environment and Natural Resources Office in the Provincial Government of Misamis Oriental. She attended various trainings in local and international platform related to environmental and natural resources management and conservation, climate change adaptation and mitigation, energy efficiency and conservation, project development, financing, monitoring, and evaluation. She is an environmental planner and currently working as the Assistant City Local Environment and Natural Resources Officer for operations for the City Government of Cagayan de Oro. Let us all welcome Ms. Elvisa B. Mabelin.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Hailey, for sharing the best concepts and practices on the river basin governance, the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council experience, or the CDORD. Now, I am proud to be part of the technical working group but I will try to give my reaction on the perspective of the local government unit. There are many programs and activities how the CDORBMC worked in terms of management, structure, linkages, and networking, integration, developing a decision support tool, and help support the policy development of the local government units. But I would like to highlight 3 points. First, the Rich River Reef or the R-Cube management approach provides an integrated and sustainable intervention towards effective management of the upland ecosystem while ensuring protection of the coastal and marine areas. The linkage of the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council and the Makahalar Bay Development Alliance has shifted the lens of environmental management from site or jurisdictional centric approach to a holistic ecosystem based management supported by multi stakeholders engagement and participation. The collaboration with the 15 LGUs in the coastal areas and 4 LGUs in the river basin and the national government agencies with various sectors such as businesses, religious, academe, civil society organizations, non-government organizations, indigenous people, has provided a platform or a venue for an operative discussion, brainstorming, planning, and even resolving issues and concerns for effective co-management of our fragile ecosystem. Cagayan de Oro City, being in the downstream of the river basin, has always been challenged with the increasing threat of high precipitation. Even the shortfall, but intense rain amplified by the current condition of the river system triggered fluvial flooding downstream. The continuing runoff from the upland areas causes the considerable siltation of the rivers that resulted to the shallowing of the river in the downstream portion. We can't forget what happened in 2011, as mentioned by Dr. Hailey, when Typhoon Sendong hit the city and other LGUs that caused thousands of lives lost and damaged properties, which really showed us the impact of mismanagement of our natural resources. As presented by Dr. Hailey, that the landscape of the river basin has a perfect recipe for a disaster. The high mountainous areas, 8 subwatersheds funnel into one river, and the low-lying areas downstream. Yet, contradictorily, was an eye-opener on how we should manage the landscape and the seascape or our environment collaboratively. This situation impacts the water quality, the threat to biodiversity, which exacerbated by the liquid and solid waste pollution generated in the urban area and the existing land use. In general, the holistic approach to planning and implementation for the Cagayan de Oro River Basin and the Makahalar Bay give us a better footing and direction in achieving our goal to preserve, conserve, and restore the environment and natural resources for a better position of the ecosystem, provision of the ecosystem services. Second, the presence of the payment for ecosystem services mechanism implemented by the LGUs and private sectors give us another opportunity to enhance the rights of everyone to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the harmony of nature through sharing of the costs for environmental protection and restoration while increasing accountability and responsible use of the ecological services. The enactment of PES ordinances of the LGUs in the river basin is within the premise of a fee for a cost-effective and sustainable means to improve environmental management and restoration programs. Each LGU has its own mechanisms of their PES. But in the case of Cagayan de Oro, the city is appropriating 10 million pesos annually, subject to government accounting rules and regulations. The bulk of the appropriation will be utilized through an environmental agreement with any sectors for watershed conservation, protection, and restoration of the Cagayan de Oro River Basin and 6 major rivers within Cagayan de Oro City. To note that the implementation of this ordinance and budget allocation is within the jurisdiction of the city, though through this initiative, the city can still contribute greatly to the management of the river basin. But in the whole landscape approach, our limitation exists. Currently, aside from the PES fund appropriation, the city is implementing regular programs for forest restoration, riverbank rehabilitation, mangrove area rehabilitation, solid waste management, and climate change adaptation projects in urban area to really ensure water security and community resilience. Aside from the nature-based solutions, engineering measures is also being implemented. The flood control project under the flood risk management project for the Cagayan de Oro River, funded by JICA. With this project, the city enacted an ordinance on regulated land use zone, which aims to define the extent of prohibition and development of areas and ensure that after the implementation of the project, no infrastructure and settlements shall be built in the area, since this will be developed into an open space which will adopt urban design standards for climate change adaptation. Thirdly, with the limitation of the LGU's capacity to implement its own programs and projects to a wider landscape, we gladly support the institutionalization of the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Development Authority. The creation of the authority will provide the power and functions to appropriate and utilize resources independently under the government bureaucracy for the effective management of the river basin. Currently, the CDURBMC is operated by pooling of resources from the national government agencies, while programs and projects implemented have been supported by international funding and development institutions. This proposal of institutionalizing the CDURB, it's timely because of the development or the direction of the Metro Cagayan de Oro by 2025. So with that, we will be engaged more with the projects, programs, and activities initiated by the Council now, but looking forward for its strengthened and institutionalized CDURB authority. Thank you and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Mabelin, for, of course, highlighting the ridge to reef approach in providing a holistic intervention from freshwater to coastal area. And it is indeed important, or it is indeed that everything is interconnected within the river basin. And of course, you raised your, you have raised your support in the various activities of the CDORB MC, which is very important. And thank you for that, ma'am. And now let's move on to the last panelist for this third session. Let's listen. Listen to our last panelist. He is the current Program Director of Mindanao Nurturing Our Waters, or Mindanao. He is a licensed environmental planner. He has completed the Timas Foundation Water Leadership Program of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Let's all welcome the from Mindanao Development Authority, Mr. Rolando B. Pinsoy.
No audio po.
Sir, we can't hear you, sir. We can still hear you, sir.
I'm sorry.
All right. Loud and clear, sir.
Uh,
Thank you.
Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have a very weak internet signal here. Again, I would like to congratulate the DNR RBCO and the GIZ for organizing the National River Basin Summit 2022. In spite of the challenges, we still have the chance to be able to share our learnings in the management of our river basins. Also, I would like to commend the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council for being very active and accomplishing so much. The CDO RBMC is the most advanced RBO in Mindanao, and thank you to Dr. Hiley for that very extensive presentation. It shows that the CDO RBMC, which is being led by an NGO, the Savior Foundation, is one of the types of RBOs that Minda envisions. This NGO, with its good track record, can effectively lead the management and development of a certain landscape like the CDO River Basin. I would like to talk a little bit on Minda's program on the river basins. The Mindanao Development Authority, through its Mindanao Nurturing Our Waters program, partners with the DNR RBCO in establishing and strengthening the river basin governance among the 8 river basins in Mindanao. Through this program, we emphasize the ecological value and capitalizes on water as the most critical resource for human survival and optimize the full potentials of the river basins and watersheds without necessarily compromising its carrying capacity. We focus on the 5 components, namely institutional development and capacity building, plan harmonization and knowledge management, program support, policy advocacy, and constituency building. And then we noticed that these same components have been effectively performed by the CDO RBMC. And it is worth emulating by other RBOs as well. As mentioned, we work in close coordination with the RBCO in the institutional development and capacity building by facilitating the organization and setting up of river basin mechanisms, the RBOs, for the 8 major river basins in Mindanao, and focusing on Bukidnon watershed as the headwaters. The same approach is being employed by the CDO RBMC. And also, we recognize the efforts of the CDO RBMC in providing trainings for river basin and watershed mechanism, partnering with LGUs and different agencies on the integrated approach on natural resource management, climate change, adaptation, and disaster management. As the river basin cover vast areas, we fully support the efforts of the CDO-RBMC in involving all stakeholders, and we agree that this should be give a special focus by those who are leading the RBOs, because we believe that there is also a need to strengthen and broaden the multi-sectoral constituency for a balance of economic development and ecological integrity towards developing climate resilient communities, specifically in Mindanao. So let me end by congratulating again the CDO RBMC for the job well done. This is a testament that the NGO can also effectively lead the river basin organizations and help manage the particular landscape. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pinsoy, for sharing with us the initiatives of the Mindanao Development Authority on Water Resources Management, and of course, emphasizing your support in the CDO RBMC efforts and activities. Thank you so much, sir. So that's it for the 3rd session. And for the open forum, I am now transferring the microphone to Forester Danilo Lorilla.
Thank you, Randy.
Maayong hapon to everyone. I am Forester Danilo Elorilla of the NR Region 6, and I am moderating from Kabangkalan City in Negros Occidental. Before we proceed to our open forum, we would like to invite Dr. Hailey to respond to the insights of our three panelists. Doc Hailey, please.
Sige, thank you again for letting me comment on the reactions. First is for PWP. It has been quite instrumental in building up our technical capabilities through their conferences. So thank you for that, Chris. I wanted to comment especially on the evidence-based policy, which I think is very critical, but I also would like to say that not many river basin groups are as lucky because some are still trying to work it out with their respective local universities. But you see the importance of partnership of the academe and the national government agencies in doing this coupling of the research, the solution science that we call it, and then popularizing it, making it simple that it can be used. It has been a very big help for us. I think it was one of the main reasons we were able to push through in getting many people to work with us. But as I mentioned, I hope some of the other areas can get the experts that you have in your area to work with you. In terms of PES, you're correct. It's a new financing stream, and many are actually benchmarking now. But at the national level, we really need to come up with the like a policy on this, because when we, for example, talk to the government, to the industries along the coast and in river basin, they are asking us for a national policy that will support this. So it was something that sort of one of the blocks, no? And I know there's a certain effort now by Dr. Lasco and others to work it out in terms of coming up with a national policy on this. So I think RBCO, if they want to also pursue this as a financing stream, not just coming from the government, but really other sectors, this is actually the vehicle to bring the businesses especially and the industries. As for the, I'm a bit, in a way, I was struck by what Chris said at the end, that we might lose our dynamic, character as a multi-sectoral platform once we do become a regulating body like an authority. And yeah, that's one thing we're trying to address, because each river basin is unique. It so happened in our case, there was bottoms up from the different sectors, and there's also top down by DNR. So there was a good synergy. And if this legislation pushes through, how do we retain that dynamism and that special character is something, yes, we will check. In fact, we're working with Neric Acosta, who happens to be also from Bukidnon, and he's the author of many environmental acts, and he's trying to improve on this and see how it can be again another like hallmark environmental bill for ecosystem approach to management. So we're going there, but thank you for flagging that. As for Minda and Cagayan, thank you. They have always been supporting the council. As mentioned, we're not even an NGO. We're not even SEC registered, the CDO or BMC. It's just a soft legal agreement, and it's just a platform, unlike the Makahalar Bay Alliance, where it's really SEC registered. It has its own funds. So Minda and CDO and DNR has been supporting a number of our activities, and DA also. So we don't have funds, and all the project grants that we have will either be coursed through the university or an NGO that we're working on. So it was hard to convince the politicians to look at environment not using the political lens. Like example, the best one is in Cagayan de Oro. We need to convince the politicians that when you talk about environment, it should not be using the perspective of the politics, but really using an environmental lens where, for example, to address the flooding of Cagayan, apart from the flooding due to the, the urban flooding, but the flooding coming from the ridges, it has to have a different lens. And I think we were quite successful in a way of getting the politicians and the local chief executives, Mayor Moreno, and of course the past mayors and the middle and the department heads, where we have been working for 15 years. Especially Cagayan is like the crossroads, no? Cagayan is connecting the river basin as well as connecting the coastal. So we could say that we are successful because we were able to get the department heads to change their perspective, apart from the local chief executives. Minda, as you know, we're quite again very close, and we're trying to firm up our partnership with them, especially in the NOW program. And it's good to know that you consider us one of the advanced model for the Nurturing Our Waters program. And we're working out a number of support as well, especially in scaling up this ecosystem-based approach and a multi-sectoral approach and other innovations to other river basins in Mindanao as well. So I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. We have a few questions, but many comments commending Doc Hailey for that very comprehensive presentation. So the first question I have with me is, we hope to replicate the payment for ecosystem service ordinance in other river basins. Can you share with us how the PES ordinance is being enforced in Cagayan de Oro? Doc?
Okay. For the PES, as mentioned, there are like two modalities. We just call it LGU based and the katong NGO based. For the LGU based, like Cagayan de Oro City is the most advanced. They already have an implementing rules and regulations, which we help. And that will guide in terms of the implementation. Again, it's unique because it's basically our tax money. It's basically still us Cagayanons that are supporting the environment. It's just coursed through the LGU. So we now have the IRR, and as being said, they're working on the partnerships for it. It comes out as a partnership agreement. What we wanted to do is really, if these funds can be used to cover the upland municipalities, the three upland, but COA doesn't allow, so we can only cover the ones within the CDO jurisdiction. That in terms of regulating the other non-LGU, that is sort of our role in the council. It's not really regulating, but we just make sure we monitor it, that it's still moving. For example, LGU Libona has just informed us they were able to collect already 500,000 last year for PES. And our role is basically then to prompt, so what will you do with that, ma'am? Will you cover the high-risk areas or something like that? So we're just a facilitating mechanism. We don't actually regulate because we don't have the policing power. So it's PS by nature is in a way voluntary. So we just facilitate that we get more, especially the business sector on board.
Sorry, can I just add to Doc Hailey there?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I mean, I put on my private sector business hat. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's a really good idea. What will be key though in pursuing a national policy for it is to be able to explain to the business sector particularly, which I think carry the largest burden, why that's necessary. Because no matter what, it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
And so the question is there a PES system that allows you to potentially offset that cost, maybe against your tax, the taxes you're gonna have to pay, right? That at least it's not as painful to the business. At the same time, ensuring that there are certain funds earmarked, particularly for the watershed or the river basin, right? In question. But I think this is just precisely one of those topics. I think it's very important to discuss, but it does require all the stakeholders to come to the table. And the last thing we would want is to impose something only to be vetoed sometime or repealed sometime in the future because it didn't have the buy-in. Right? I think that before we rush into it, let's have those dialogues. Right? Otherwise, we will be met with a lot of counter force, no? And unfortunately, what's a good idea will not be implemented because it just wasn't properly, the buy-in wasn't properly secured.
Yeah, can I add to what Chris said?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, you're actually correct, Chris. It was very hard to talk to the industries and the businesses because once it involves money, even just a few cents there, it's. But one thing that I wanted to flag also to add from what Chris said is that when we talk to the industries, they wanted to see if the PES can be, and then I'm throwing this to RBCO and DNR and probably Minda also, if the PES can also be considered as one of their mitigating measures. Remember, DNR EMB has this regulating mechanism in terms of how many hectares they will, especially for coal-fired power plant, for example. So they wanted to see how it can be synchronized as an additional restoration or mitigating measures. That's at the level already of And second is what we're working with this group is interagency group that's working on the policy level at the national. You see how it can be an incentive mechanism also, Chris. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. Indeed, PS is an interesting topic. We have another question related to PES. The PES models are really innovative as a source of fund to conserve the environment, especially watershed. Were there any legal issues in its implementation? How did the council resolve or address these legal issues? Doc?
In the case of, let's say, the LGUs, maybe Bing can answer. It took us, as I said, 6 years because apart from the lobbying, it has to go through the series of consultations with the legal team and the Commission of Audit to make sure that in a way that's valid and legal. I think that's how I would answer it in terms of the legality. For other LGUs, getting the city, the municipal council or the city council to make it as a resolution is already strong. It already has that legality. For those non-LGU based, I think having a contract is the one that makes it legal. That's why in the case of Xavier Science Foundation, that innovation really helped because our indigenous brothers and sisters, they would not want to go through this contracting with the business, and having a third party was helping that out.
Additional input from our panelists?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
In the case of Cagayan de Oro, the city council during the formulation, the consultation in the preparation of the PES, the city council saw it as additional burden to the local community. So that is why they decided, in a consultative manner, they decided to appropriate fund from the local government. Instead of getting payment from the local community, the water users, because we also prioritize, we are preparing for the septage and sewerage project, which will be again charged to the local community, the water users. But we followed the process in the formulation of the ordinance. Consultation, the legalities were checked and evaluated.
And maybe if I can add, in the absence of ordinances, laws, regulations around PES, I think at least when it comes to private sector, a growing trend right now is what maybe many of you have heard about, no? Companies being held up to the standard of ESG, right? environment, social governance. Out of the companies, especially those that want to maintain a good reputation and image with their customers, are more and more being demanded of their customers to invest in environmental sustainability, right? And that in itself is probably enough of an incentive to get some, right, within your river basin to participate in a voluntary PES system. So I mean, of course, it'll take time if you're going to mandate something like that. It'll take time to go through the consultations, but look for those companies that are naturally already inclined to going down this path of ESG. And we've already seen, I think it's SEC, right? The Securities and Exchange Commission requiring now ESG reports by companies, right? Riding that wave actually becomes I guess, a sort of fast track. It won't cover everybody, but it'll start providing enough of these case studies to show that it actually makes good business sense to invest in these sorts of activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the information of our participants, we have a comment here coming from Mars Amaro of DNR, informing the group that DNR FMB has prepared a draft guidelines on PES for water users to finance watershed management. So we do have now a draft guidelines for PES, specifically for watershed. Thank you. Hopefully this will be also somehow related with PES. There is one question here about climate finance. Could this also be used to support our watershed management? Anyone from our panelists or resource person, please?
As mentioned, it can be a new financing stream to support the management council. It's just that in our case, since the concept is very new, and we're trying to sell the concept of these services that the environment is giving, where we sort of focus it for now on restoration. But I'm sure some modalities can be used where it can fund operations of the council. But yeah, that's a bit tricky because it says rewarding the environment for the ecosystem services. But yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
I think for climate finance, I kind of alluded to this earlier in my presentation, my reaction. Oftentimes, a lot of the climate finance is going to reduction of GHG. Right? It's got more to do with the air pollution, right, than water. And I think that's one of the biggest hurdles. Sure, there are some climate financing funding for water. Oftentimes, it's got more to do with adaptation, right? But a lot of the funding is going to mitigation. And how do you contribute to the 1.5 degrees Celsius? That's why I was saying when it comes to the narrative of water, we all know that we actually have a huge part to play, our interventions, to reach that 1.5 degrees. The reforestation examples is one solid way that carbon sequestration, right, is in itself a contribution, right, to GHG emission reduction. Showing that that's related to water, right, is important. That's how you can start justifying a bit more climate finance, I think, because you do need to show that the environment is really just one. It's just one thing, right? And you can't break it up into bits and pieces, water here, air there.
Yeah.
Putting that together will make a good narrative to justify climate finance. So I just say that because it's also something here in Global Water Partnership we're discussing, because oftentimes we tend to treat water in a sort of silo box without linking it to what the banks are talking about, to what the politicians are talking about when it comes to GHG emissions. They understand that more, so trying to find a way to link water to that will then get the support you need from the financial side, I think.
Sir Danny, let me
sorry.
Let me take this opportunity to discuss a bit about the climate change fund, because Minda is also the secretariat of the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, ASEAN. East ASEAN group area. So we are now partnering with the Republic of Korea to accept project proposals on the climate change adaptation and mitigation. They will be providing funds for these different kinds of projects. So we are now facilitating this, and we would like to announce to all the river basin organizations to submit project proposals for funding. The first cycle just ended on last February 28th, but there will be another screening of project proposals on by June 2022. So we will be accepting project proposal, but before that, I will be giving you the templates on how to do the proposals. So let us work. All the river basin organizations maybe can submit project proposals because they can fund climate change projects that will be implemented by not only by our river basin organizations, but also local government units, academe, and all other entities. So ano lang yun, promotion ko lang yun.
Thank you, Sir Pinsoy.
Yes, thank you,
That's
sir.
a welcome invitation to all our stakeholders who would need really support, financial support to manage our watershed. We have another question here. What core expertise should our LGU have to help sustain River Basin in its ecosystem services provision, especially keeping people safe from landslide and flooding? Doc?
That's a bit of a difficult question. I think in terms of expertise, I'm not a natural resource environmental economist. So to do a PES, we had to tap environmental economists from Ateneo de Manila, and there was a small project. So you've mentioned this a bit earlier, Chris. We actually have a total economic valuation for the entire river basin and the coastal. It costs like millions, the value, no? And we use that to package the popularization, which we call VES, Valuing Ecosystem Services Together. So we were saying, like, if you protect the environment, let's say, I forgot the exact amount, but let's say 9 billion, I think, for the entire landscape, seascape, versus converting one into a mining or agriculture or something. So you need that particular expertise to get the values, because selling the concept like what we're doing now, which we started, the 4 types, that was good. But eventually they will ask, okay, we're talking about numbers and money here. And when you're talking to politicians, you need to convert it into peso. So for example, with the Alliance Coastal, when we had to show that the sea urchins coming from one LGU is actually going to the other LGU and they have the fishery there, we need to convert that into peso to show that this one is benefiting this much a year, while the sources are actually from the other LGU. So those are the ecosystem services that we need to sort of balance. But yes, you need the expert of the resource economies, unfortunately.
Thank you, Doc. So I will be throwing the last question. I hope the Secretariat could share with the resource person and our panelists some of the questions that were not directed to the panelists. What should be our priority policy actions to sustain our work in river basins? Probably taking off from our experience in Cagayan de Oro that could be replicated in other river basins all over the country. Doc?
I think as mentioned, I think one of the uniqueness of the CDO or BMC is, although we were initiated by DNR 10, it's not the typical one, because DNR 10 worked with the Archdiocese. So you had the national government agency, which is the inherent function of the state, right? But we also have the community in our case. And the advantage advantage in the Philippines and probably with us is, we are very religious people, so the moral ascendancy is there. So I think having the church initiate this with a government agency was a good mix in a way, but I'm not sure if it works with the other areas. And then the third one was having then the different experts, because one of the reasons I think we also did manage to survive is we have different experts helping us. As I said, I'm a marine biologist, but we have a forester, we have an environmental planner. Having this core group is critical to move River Basin Management Council. Although on the guidelines, it's really initiated by DNR, but having the community alongside would be a big help.
Thank you, everyone. May we now present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Hailey as our resource person and to our esteemed panelists from Philippine Watershed Partnership. Of course, we have here Sir Christopher Matthew Ilagan from the ENR office of LGU Cagayan de Oro City. We have Ma'am Elvisa Mabilin. And from Minda, we have Sir Rolando Pinsoy. So it will be sent probably through our DNR offices in Mindanao. To our audience, please don't forget to answer the session evaluation forms on our virtual board. Links are posted in the chat box. Thank you. Salamat for your active participation. That will be the end of our activity this first day of the summit. And thank you for staying with us. Tomorrow, we will be getting more inputs from other sectors. So please come back. We hope you enjoyed and learned as much as we did. I now hand over you back to Labresa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm sure many of our river basin organizations listening and participating right now have learned a lot, and I believe they want also to adapt and replicate those different approaches you've mentioned, particularly on the PES or the payment for ecosystem services ordinances, as I read from the comments in the Zoom chat box. And I also want to request Mr. Rolando Pinso regarding the climate financing of the project proposals. So how are we going to contact you, sir, in case there are interested River Basin organization members that they want to express their interest in proposing their river basin projects in the future? So,
Sir, I
sir,
will
in
send it
case
to your
you may
email, sir,
write,
and then you
may
can.
type in your contact details in the
I will send it
Zoom
to the
chat box
secretariat.
for them to reach you in the future. Okay.
I will send it to the secretariat, sir, and maybe you can farm it out to the interested river basin organizations.
Okay, sir, noted. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So, we'd like to invite everyone to please explore the mural and video wall that we have prepared for you. It will be accessible 24/7, so we encourage everyone to please share your reflections in the reflection section. Our collective highlights will be part of the River Basin commitments that will be read at the end of the summit. We would like to thank the Department of Environment and Natural Resources River Basin Control Office in partnership with the Dush Jashaf for Internationally Sujamanarbait as GIZ through the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in River Basins project for making this possible. Thank you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Same link and same internet connection. That's it. Thank you so much.